station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? Radio program of the year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the Night Radio Program of the Year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Afil Morni, the National President of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Freshest burger in town. What's your problem? Let's say, Obi.
Adam, device selection I can't eat. You have 2 inches now. But also, my effect. Obi, the name says I will fancy, sir. Hey, I will hear from Miss Nico Convention, Apostolic Convention. So, I will paint the question about the Apostolic Convention of Baltimore. The Apostolic forward the law. Okay. Mrs. Ketchy, Muni, Cromwell, and now Obi, now I was not Obi, now for the club, and I'm saying, I mean, Facebook into Pabisano. They love you too much. But why are they? Price in the cost. It's a friend now, over woman who said, Obo, they know Tumpon.
A finance minister on the team in economic class now. And what shall I say? Buy finance minister, if that is the case, men fear beer. And I said, you will try economy. Including finance minister. And what shall I say? It's one number setting up. We have to see the economy additional. Yeah. If Abeshawa. Now I to a now dear now who are Sika. Go and top up. And be in your business class.
Minister need Chamoni. Who was Kano and the first class was cutting the Panocrana or the one Mutukan. What cut it? Doctor to forcing. If that is the case, you have to show them on my remove. One assist because of economy. One assist comfort. No, someone they be a down to cry Busumi trade, Busumi to 3 times. Now the business quite. Who did you Ghana? British Airways business. What came 80,000 or 100,000. In the work about 100 and 1 billion. According to 1 billion, 6,000. Now, only do business class on my what book papa be okay. Now that maybe should be now them got trying to jab money go to me. Let's now begin to think of Ghana. Let's now be about you know excuse me, says everything okay? I'm so busy. I didn't be a baby. They see why I say hata. We see I know what system. I'm so missing. Uncle conference and you. So what I say? Always the minister texting me says, "Oh, yeah. I was in a non-phobia friend and said, "Oh, no, my shape. It is when we are moving. Minka, oi, as a buffet is a breach of game. Trust, I do the Minka. But the round chrome, Miss Mikaboja. Check Dominic Limakoda pain. I'm a new free democrat. Sir, oh, there is Jamakobi. Now, can be put on a go from double. As he would
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
On our democracy. AK Nanabi, the hard-working national organizer of New Patriotic Party, to engage us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Krobia. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Deputy General Secretary, and also one of our brilliant young lawyers who is doing so well for us, Percy Butchie Esquire, and all national officers present. I acknowledge your presence. Good morning to you all. Before I start, let me also say that last week we invited all of you to cover the well-attended, the mammoth demonstration, Save the Judiciary demonstration. It was very, very successful, well-attended, well-organized. The message was loud, clear. We sent petitions to the judiciary, the legislature, which is parliament, and then to the presidency. You all saw how thousands, hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians registered their displeasure against the political attack on our democracy and then the judiciary. So we thank you very much for covering. And then hopefully you'll be hearing from us. We'll be announcing a series of events to take place. Once again, good morning, members of the media. Greetings to you all, well-meaning Ghanaians across the length and breadth of our beloved country. We thank you for honoring our invitation at such short notice. The New Patriotic Party, as a responsible political party, deems it necessary to speak out on critical matters in our democratic journey, not only to expose the truth behind the National Democratic Congress deceptive politics, but also to assure the people of Ghana that we remain committed to progress, unity, prosperity of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, today we are going to have a discussion on 3 important issues. First of all, we are aware that His Excellency the President outdoored the well-publicized code of conduct for his appointees. Flowing from that, we've had some incidences. We'll be discussing that. And that will be the Sami Jemfi Agrada scandal, and then also the A+ Attorney General scandal, and then other matters will also follow. Ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday, 10th May 2025, the National Communications Officer of the NDC, who is also the acting CEO of Gold Board, was seen in a widely circulated video doling out fresh United States dollars notes to a known controversial figure, Evangelist Patricia Odro, aka Nana Grada. The act, which has been condemned, and rightly so, by well-meaning Ghanaians and institutions, including international bodies and other CSOs, like the Transparency International, is a patent indiscretion which breaches several laws of the land, and more importantly, mocks and makes nonsensical the recently enacted Code of Conduct by President Mahama. Among the several laws breached by the National Communications Officer and the acting CEO of Gold Board are the Foreign Exchange Act, the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and then also the Code of Conduct, which was outdoored by His Excellency the President just about a week ago, exactly a week ago. Among the several laws breached by Sami Jemfi are Section 3, 1, and 4 of the Foreign Exchange Act, Act 723, which prohibits a person engaging in the business of dealing in foreign exchange without a license issued under the Act. Dealing in foreign exchange under the Act includes the receipt or payment of foreign currency, which Sami Jemfi is seen to have been doing in the video. The law, in its letter and spirit, prohibits stacking of dollars as it maintains the Ghana cedi as the sole legal tender. The cedi is the sole legal tender. We don't have multiple legal tenders in Ghana. You would recall that the Bank of Ghana has, over the years, issued several notices cautioning that without an authorization from the Bank of Ghana, no person is permitted to advertise, price, pocket, receive, gift, make payment of goods and services in foreign exchange, including United States dollars. And this action by the Bank of Ghana is important because it helps in stabilizing our city. The penalty for such violation includes a fine or imprisonment up to 18 months. Exactly a week ago, President Mahama unveiled the Code of Conduct for his appointees, and the President is reported to have said that the Code of Conduct articulates the core values his administration expects from appointees. Please pay attention. The core values his administration expects from his appointees: integrity, honesty, impartiality, respect, decency, incorrigibility, competence, and professionalism. The President further stressed that all conduct must meet standards capable of withstanding closest public scrutiny. Section 1.2 of the Code, Mr. Sami Jemfi is required to manage his personal affairs in a manner that withstands the closest public scrutiny. And under Section 1.3, he was to take responsible care to maintain the integrity and reputation of the office he holds. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Sami Gyamfi, like an incorrigible child, has blatantly violated both obligations under the code, and the president must, in accordance with Section 6 of his pledge, at page 9 of the code, deal swiftly and decisively with Mr. Sami Gyamfi. It's important. The president launched this code. As I mentioned earlier, it was well publicized. It received a lot of commendation from so many people. Now, a week or just less than a week, this happens where his own appointee is seen displaying opulence. We find ourselves in a very distressed situation. And yet, if you have your appointee who is doling out dollars, that is serious. And we call on the president. If the president is unable to act on this matter, then the code of conduct must be shredded. It's of no use. It's useless. If the president is unable to act on this matter, ladies and gentlemen, the irony of the present circumstance is that not only was Mr. Sami Gyamfi a loud critic of Honorable Cecilia Dapaah for some months ago, but he was equally very critical of her ladyship, Justice Tokuno, few weeks ago because the judicial service paid for tickets in dollars, although this was the required currency transaction in such matters and also well situated within the travel policy of the judicial service. We say without fear of contradiction that in the absence of Mr. Sami Gyamfi providing direct evidence of the source of funding, thousands of United States dollars found in his car, seen in the video widely circulated on social media, these funds are proceeds of unlawful or criminal enterprise by Mr. Sami Gyamfi. Section 1 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Act 1044, makes the possession, concealment, conversion, disguise, or transfer that is or forms part of an unlawful activity an offense punishable by a term of imprisonment or up to 10 years. Do not forget that this is the same section, the same provision Mr. Sami Gyamfi, the same provision he used in criticizing Madame Cecilia Dapaah. And he says that it was clear. This is the same provision. We call on the lawful establishment investigative agencies of state, the Office of the Special Prosecutor, and the Criminal Investigation Department, CID of Ghana Police, to investigate the activities of Mr. Sami Gyamfi in his short tenure as acting chief executive officer. And again, you are being told that all appointees, including ministers, they have not even received their salary since they had the appointment. All of them. That is the information we have. To investigate the activities of Mr. Sami Gyamfi in a short tenure as acting chief executive officer of both PMMMC and the Ghana Gold Board. These bodies must search all his houses, probe any properties acquired in his stay so far in government, and if possible, prosecute him for failure to show the source of huge sums of money found in his possession, out of which he gleefully sprayed some around. And we all saw the video. We all saw the video and how he counted the dollars as if it was a counting machine. Very, very fast. And afterwards, and you could saw where he even picked the money from. You could see that, yes, you have a lot of it stacked in there. And then how he gleefully was counting the money to Madame Agrada. And then Madame Agrada also out of insufficient spirit, grabbed all. Obviously, she saw that there were a lot of dollars stuck in there. So that is how come she could again grab all the dollars. And this is a serious matter. We note that section 55.2 of Act 1044 stipulates that in a trial for an offense under the Act, an accused person, in this case, Mr. Sammy Gyamfi, may be presumed to have unlawfully acquired a property if the accused person is in possession of a property which the accused person cannot account for and which is disproportionate to a known source of income of the accused person. Note that he has not taken any salary since his appointment. So clearly, the money he doled out obviously is disproportionate to his income. We also call on the president to immediately interdict Mr. Sammy Gyamfi as an acting chief executive officer of Ghana Gold Board. Or at least, he should interdict him pending the conduct of the investigation by the criminal investigative authorities of the state. We cannot but remember when huge sums of money, and this is the principle here, please let's pay attention. We cannot but remember that when huge sums of money was reported to have been stolen from the residence of Madam Cecilia Dapa, a woman who had worked in high places for over 40 years before the incident, had been NP since 2001, as well as a deputy minister and also a minister. And she is married to a well-known rich architect and a consultant, well-known, with nearly 60 years experience in the profession. She was made to resign. This principle is cardinal. Under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, a similar issue happened. Madam Cecilia Dapa was made to resign immediately by the president. Investigations were duly conducted by the OSP against Madam Cecilia Dapa and her husband. After what the OSP described as 7 months of extensive investigation and 4 months of collaborative investigation, it concluded that their investigation did not establish any evidence of corruption, corruption-related offenses, or procurement breaches against the suspect. We require the same standard to be applied here. Same standard to be applied here. And let me also say that Mr. Sammy Gyamfi again is on record on several TV programs during the Madam Cecilia Dapa saga, and I quote him, "Once money is found in your custody and you cannot account for the money, and that money is disproportionate to your income, you shall be deemed to have committed the offense of money laundering." Madam Cecilia Dapa resigned during the whole brouhaha, as I said, and again we require the same principle to be applied. Again, on the matter of Her Ladyship Chief Justice Tokuno, in an interview with Asempa FM Ekosiisen, he stated that the Chief Justice should be sacked for using state funds in dollars in her medium of exchange instead of the Ghana cedis, which is exactly the same act he engaged in last Saturday. Per his own assertions, then it means he must be sacked. That is exactly what he said. And these are principles. And this is his own sort. And he must. He must be on his own sort. Even more ironical is the fact that Mr. Sami Gyamfi presently heads the Gold Board. This is very important matter, and this is issue of governance, which is being touted by this government as being the backbone for the stabilization of the city through the maintenance of sufficient gold reserves. Do not forget that the establishment of the Gold Board, one of the arguments for the establishment of the Gold Board was to centralize all businesses, all dealings regarding gold, to stabilize the city. This argument was made widely. If Mr. Gyamfi, the CEO who is responsible for maintaining sufficient reserves to support, to help, and to prevent the depreciation of the city, to stabilize the city, possesses dollars in his daily routine. And we say daily routine because when you go for a funeral 1 week and you have dollars packed in your car, then the indications are that that is your modus operandi in terms of spending. That is how you spend. That is the money you use. Because if you are just going for 1 week and you have tens of thousands of dollars in your car. Mr. Sami Gyamfi, again, then clearly he has no confidence in our city. And if you are superintendent over an institution which, as part of its mandate, is to help stabilize the city, that is the only legal tender, and I've already mentioned that. And if you have the head who superintends over this institution doling out dollars instead of the city, then it means that the person or the CEO, acting CEO, lacks confidence in the Ghanaian city. And that is key. And that is the more reason why we are of the view, the New Patriotic Party, and I speak for the party, we are of the view that if he is unable to stand firm, if he is unable to defend the city, if he is unable to protect the city, and he will rather be displaying dollars, then it means he cannot superintend over the same institution seeking to stabilize the city with gold reserves. But let me also state on record that under the gold purchasing program of the New Patriotic Party, our gold reserves as a country, which stood at 8.7 tons, for the last 40 to 50 years, grew to about 30.53 tons as at the fourth quarter of 2024. This program is one of the major reasons why we are seeing the appreciation of the city. Again, yesterday, the minority in Parliament also had a press conference where they also mentioned the allowances, the salaries of Mr. Sami Gyamfi, referencing the minority press conference yesterday. The state cannot be paying Mr. Gyamfi hefty salaries and allowances for him to be undermining the very currency which is at the heart of his mandate. The state provides the following for Mr. Gyamfi: a gross basic salary, annually 1.5 million, subject to an annual review and upward adjustment of 15%. 1.5 million a year. Hold on, that is not the only amount. Hold on. Let's go step by step. Hold on. Clothing allowance of 15% of annual salary, payable once per annum by year end. So the 15 million I just mentioned, he is entitled to clothing allowance of 15% of his annual salary. So he's entitled to 15% of 1.5 million, which is supposed to be his clothing allowance. Hold on. Travel with me. Hold on. Provision of 2 security officers or 6,000 each officer as an equivalent. 1 gardener or 4,000 Ghana cedis as a cash equivalent. Full medical cover for him, his spouse, and up to 5 children. Provision of 2 cars with full maintenance and insurance. Fuel allocation of 1,005 liters of fuel monthly. Fuel allocation, do your own mathematics, 1,005 liters of fuel monthly for each official vehicle. The official vehicle may be sold to Mr. Jamfi upon contract expiration or termination per the company's asset disposal policy. 30 working days of paid vacation annually. 30 working days of paid vacation annually. Exclusive of public holidays. So anywhere in the world, if he decides to go to Bahamas, if he decides to go to wherever, if he decides to go there, the state is responsible to pay fully all the expenses for this vacation. Airfare up to $10,000 upon proof of per diem. Per diem of USD $2,000 a day. So if he travels for 30 days, it means he's going to receive $2,000 a day. For 7 days, payable in advance for annual familiarization tour. Business class travel tickets for official duties and $2,000 per diem per day of travel. Annual performance bonus subject to set targets and in accordance to the company's bonus policy. An unspecified CEO-related benefit shall be paid at the prevailing CEO's rate plus 20%. Personal accident and life insurance cover valued at 5 times the CEO's annual salary. Somebody said A. Let me repeat. Personal accident and life insurance cover valued at 5 times the CEO's annual salary. The annual salary is what? 1.5 million. It is palpable, unethical, and a complete betrayal of the public trust for Mr. Sami Gyamfi to receive all these benefits on the back of helping maintaining a steady currency, yet fail to have any iota of confidence in the Ghana cedi to the extent of using United States dollars as his currency of daily use. Ladies and gentlemen, it may have escaped many observers of this unfortunate incident, but not only, and this is an important aspect, not only was Mr. Sami Gyamfi giving out United States dollars without restraint, but Mr. Gyamfi also engaged in patent opulence on ostentation of just after 120 days in government. On the day in question, Mr. Gyamfi was being driven in a 2025 fully spec'd Range Rover autobiography valued at $350,000. Fresh, it was fresh Range Rover autobiography, fresh, tear rubber, fully spec'd autobiography, Range Rover, 2025 model, $350,000. The question that should engage the minds of well-meaning Ghanaians and indulge me. There shall be an Attorney General of Ghana who shall be the Minister of State and the principal legal advisor to the government. The Attorney General shall discharge such other duties of legal nature as may be referred to or assigned to him by the President or imposed on him by this Constitution or any other law. 3. The Attorney General shall be responsible for all the initiation and conduct of all prosecutions of criminal offenses. All offenses prosecuted in the name of the Republic of Ghana shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or any other person authorized by him in accordance with any law. 5. The Attorney General shall be responsible for institution and conduct of all civil cases on behalf of the state, and all civil proceedings against the state shall be instituted against the Attorney General as a defendant. 6 and final. The Attorney General shall have audience in all courts in Ghana. So if you have your Attorney General who is unable to respond to such serious allegations, he is unable to respond to these allegations well, but then he says that, first of all, he's been advised to proceed to court, but then he will not do so because he's been given a mandate by the president. He wants to concentrate. I found that weird. Look, in your daily practice, you always go to court. If somebody says you are a thief, you are corrupt, you have gone for 500,000 Ghana cedis to bribe appointment committee so that you can sail through vetting, and the person says that you are a stupid fool and is going to reset your mind, and you are telling Ghanaians that you are not going to go to court, you will not proceed to court. Why? Because you are focusing on your work. Meanwhile, court is where you live, is where you sleep, is your home. So, is it not scary? Is it not scandalous that Attorney General says that a member of his own majority caucus, an MP, not just anybody like me and you, an MP says that you are a thief, you are corrupt, you have gone for 500,000 Ghana cedis, and all you can say is that you can play in the mud. As for you, you can swim in the mud. So A+ should bring it on. And then you are rather inviting us to ask A+ what he knows about the NSS scandal. What is our business? Is that supposed to be our business? You have the prosecutorial powers. You are the man in charge. And you are telling us to go and ask A+ what he knows about the NSS scandal. Look, this is below the belt. And as I've just read to you, for an Attorney General to be saying that I can play in the mud, and we are being told that A+ just apologized. So what now? It is going to be an apology spree. People commit offense, and they are told to apologize, and that we so now we are going to live in a nation of apology. Everything is apology. So A+ apologizes, and then Sami also apologizes, and then we leave it there. No. It's important for us to hold these appointees to account for their actions. Attorney General, you cannot say that you want to play in the mud. We do not want an Attorney General to dirty himself. No, that is not what we want. And again, we expect His Excellency the President not to sweep this under the carpet. These are serious allegations. And all we see is that A+ goes back to pull down the post and is made to apologize, and that is it. Mr. President is being put to the test on his commitment to the very values he sought to espouse exactly a week ago when he outdoored the code of conduct. The entire world is waiting with bated breath on further actions by President Mahama, considering the actions of Mr. Sami Gyamfi and the Attorney General, who says that I want to play in the mud, I want to dirty myself. We want to see some action from President Mahama. We call on the President to show leadership, to act swiftly, decisively, and not to give Mr. Gyamfi and the Attorney General a pat on their backs for this reckless conduct. It is crucial to underscore the necessity of adherence to governance practice in line with constitutional and legal provisions. And this is an issue I really want to raise with you, and follow me on this. That guide the conduct of public officers in Ghana. You recall that in 2017, former President Akufo-Addo, through the National Executive Committee of the New Patriotic Party, issued a directive mandating that all party officials who had been appointed to governmental positions by President Akufo-Addo must resign from their political party roles in adherence to best practices in governance and accountability. So if you recall, even our current General Secretary, he was the then Ashanti Regional Youth Organizer. When he was appointed CEO, he resigned. A whole lot of ministers, Tutuko Afisa Jaba was the National Women Organizer. She also resigned. Mr. Mewu from Volta Region resigned. Of blessed memory, Honorable Ashite, Greater Accra Minister, also resigned. Honorable Ajay as Mayor also resigned. The names, a lot, they resigned. Today, what do we see? It is important to note that a similar practice does not appear to have followed under the current National Democratic Congress. Several individuals, while holding influential governmental positions, continue to hold dual roles that may pose concern in terms of governance practice, legal stipulations, and ethical standards. Specifically, the following individuals remain in both political and public office, raising critical issues about potential conflict of interest and the need for compliance with relevant legal norms. The National Youth Organizer of the NDC, George Opare Addo, is a minister now. He's still the National Youth Organizer. Mr. Sami Gyamfi is the National Communications Officer. He has not resigned. And he's still their communications officer. Basintali is still deputy communications, and Abisu, who is with the Minerals Investment Fund, is also still there. Osman Ayarega is also at post. Meanwhile, he's an NCA. Ruth Sedo is with the NSS. He's still holding on to his post. Mustafa Gbande is at the office of the presidency. He's still holding on to his post. Elikem Kotoko is now the deputy CEO for Forestry Commission. Dr. Omane Boama, he's the defense minister. He was in charge of the elections. He's not resigned. I recall that even when I was elected as a National Youth Organizer, I resigned from Deputy Executive Director of NSS. Also, all regional and constituency executives who have been appointed into key government positions are still at post. You go to Ashanti region, their regional secretary is the regional minister, he's still at post. You go to Eastern region, I think the women organizer also was their women organizer, and today he's still at post. The retention of these dual roles by political appointees under the NDC administration raises significant legal concerns regarding the Constitution of Ghana, particularly Article 94, which disqualifies a person from being appointed a member of parliament or a public officer if they hold dual offices that are inconsistent with the principles of public service. Furthermore, Section 2, this is more important. Section 2 of the Public Services Act prohibits public officers from engaging in business or holding any other positions that might undermine their impartiality and efficiency in their official capacities. The continued holding of political appointments alongside public office positions undermines the principle of neutrality in public service, and these individuals remain bound by their party loyalties, which could affect their objectivity and ability to serve the state effectively. In the light of all these considerations, it is imperative for the government to reassess the position of individuals holding dual appointments and ensure that the requisite legal framework are strictly adhered to. The principle of separation of powers between political and public roles is not just a matter of legal compliance, but is central to maintaining public trust, ensuring the integrity of state institutions, and upholding the principles of good governance. We urge His Excellency the President to take immediate steps to rectify this situation by ensuring that all political party holders who have been appointed to public office, especially those holding political positions, comply with the relevant provisions, and also, as we said, because of good governance principles, they must resign. The clear delineation of political roles and governmental functions will reinforce the credibility of the administration and strengthen public confidence in the democratic process. We thank you very much for coming, and we hope that we'll be engaging you we are waiting for the outcome of His Excellency the President. Now, Mame Mwone Tofa Ewo Chi. Abusuafo beda mo ase. Ene se ye frɛ mo baya, edi kan ye beda mo nyama ase na no demonstration a mo nyina mo gina mu ma ye ma no ye kama no. Ekoye ye beda mo ase. Enche bia no ye bekoso abodahuro afa enema bi ni anamontu a ye ba betu ho. Na ene adetitru nti a ye hia wo ha efa amamuo ho. Encha ye na ye wura Mahama ede krata ba ya watu din eye code of conduct. Code of conduct na siche nyane se eye krata wakuchiri. Se ne be ya eye omo a wapa omo so mbe ye adwuma o na aban mu no. Omo di ebe ye adwuma na ama amamuo no ayefe. Eni na wotwe kra. Ena ye hu se the National Communications Officer of the NDC, NIBM acting CEO Gold Board. Wako a year no. Wayi a year Bronisika dollars ibi. Odiama mame agrada. Na o hwe sika no se ne na osi kan ne bebrebe na agrada esa hwim ni aka nyina sa kan ho. Na ne ehu ne enwanwan se a National Communications Officer of the party Osei acting Gold Board CEO. Yera Mahama. And someone dan kofo no mo kanya ne se enya ade a wonsa obetime de aka eya branti san se oyo golden boy. Untimi nya ho hwe. Untimi nya bibia na kasa kwa. Efa sa okọ social media so asema a mo kan no. Nanso no ade a waye no ya ade a ekire eye ahokyira Ghana for fam ene enema bu akosoro na wo hwe obi ono no hwe Gold Board so na wayi sika dosopuo dollars na odi ache anu ohye etietia Ghana mra o code of conduct na nkasa o de baahe no ebu nanimtia se opani Mahama anye hu bibia ye kira ni se eye code of conduct na de baahe ne se bia kra ta keke emunye du ebe ye mframa o kasa keke na menyin ni se sa na apese wo mamu no esiko no na ebi asipen eya abrantes ameje mfikuro ye ebra ma Mrs. Ladapa Asemba ya yesi akwakohu sika bi woni fie Abrantie ya ne kan se maame yenyini firi ho. Yewura Ekufuado out of good governance amamuo a opese mu dan fine ti no. Oma oba pani ogina djuma firi nsem anaso oma ne resign ye. Nia ye kan se na no bi se ye de sa aba no bo tachi a yesi ye nei yemfa nya dai yemfa boba wei eye ni tie se esi dan na obi a yenya ntua ne ka o na enei ono wetim yenya dollars dosopuo se wo hwe kwan so ofa so oyi dollar na wotimu se bebregu ho pa na usa hwe ebiem ka na otimu a ode koye na no ana Yero Muhammad kasa okan bibi se na point is no they should eschew opulence and ostentation. Ye chenya ne se akesesem se ye disika kire on person na point is ni be sa. Ene is a wo hwe car na Yewura Sameje mfikura dem 2025 Range Rover autobiography fully spec $350,000 and a team no de ko ye keke. So wo hwe ye Ghana ye mramu wo hwe the Foreign Exchange Act, wo hwe the Anti-Money Laundering Act ne ye kan se akutia ebiem se wo hwe eniema kese a akatua kra ye de ma ne ya ne se eye gold ya ye ka ho asemu nyina ne de gold board abai ni dwumadi kese ba akopa aban ame ate ase ne se e baba be so ye sidinim ebema ye sidi na ye de agina na opani a ono no wo gold board na o hwe se ye sidi ni begina no onje ye sidi ni ndi $80 na o ye dey o che. And this is serious lack of confidence in our city. Chese wama yen ye sika na ye die no emu gidie die wato no asawram obuna nimtia onfa nya hwe yen ye sika ye dia eno ne yesi bra bebo ho ban na nke nei entimi nyina no wo ba wo de sid nani mo nyam atwitwi fom eno ne ade ana wonso nyese sabe wo ye obi akeke o sabe nko obi akeka enuafo nka ye mfre nsenchofo dwumadie eye Ghana ban sa wo hwe eye aketua kra na mo se ye metua ne kana ano ohye eye afimu bia no obeje 1.5 million Ghana cedis titi sika no 15 billion ena obeje uyi anu free ma na no so kra no ye sa timitum ohamu nchichemu edunum utimitum after every 2 years bia no utimi esa kiremu entade obehye menu mienu dia ye hye kama entade obehye no ono no de no aban ye for ho ka 15% of the annual salary into your calculation now 150,000 Ghana cedis ne de ba ne se on fanton tade na sabi watade show wo kwa to ne sei atade show wo to ne sei and na yetwa 150,000 and for more kwabrane se on fanton tade nche any shoes enche ni security for ye tuaka yo bedodo ne garden mu ye tuaka sika sema ye kan nyina ne na katua ya kan nyina no eno nka sika ode ko hospital ho ni sika ni hospital ni bibia ne manum ne anya ne yire mu nyina no aban asai afa ho ka petrol 1,005 liters ya fa ho ka omo anko munim konta no komma me how many gallons 1,005 liters no ha me no nko ano ye se tua ka ansana ya sama no car mienu a wontwie ansana eye okọ ahomegie mu So person ko ba bi ko gigi nani kakra wa bre wa adwuma bre no ko a eno so ban fa ho nya ka you twa business class man no ni hotel ka ya fa ho ka ni bibia ya sama no 2000 a day per diem dollars o asade aka ho asade man no and $2,000 is 24,000 Ghana cedis eno no gina day eno no gina day eti ni aka ne se aban ya hwe wo sei na wo say bu yen ye sidi nanim tiade a ne ye sre o mampani ni say na daroma sabe sane na no esi ya eye ye maame sisilia da pa eno kwa no OSP ye hwehwemu dia ba se maame no kwa no ne ho dai ne ho son asisika no ono ane dia ono oyobi a waye adwuma amfie duanan ne kunu sika kra de etisempo ano anwea was an architect over 60 years of experience. 60 years, an international consultant. Obia Nimiso Oskapa, one of the richest architects we have in Ghana. Nase ene Obia Kotusike no kwano yesi. Anti-Money Laundering Act no. Wafum brano etino yenyinedi. Ene or resign ye. It is ene sa na no bi. Ena sa semisi ya. Ene it is only fair. Say employer Ramahama. Maninsin chenye mfanhwehwe mumra. Because nya che no kra so mokra yentua omoka. Ene ne omanya sika ayesa dwumadie nyina. Na ade ba ko a na asefem so dwumadie nyina ho ne se achopa de ye. Achopa ye pa obi fom a na opo acho a anuafo na modi ache. Na eno nche se ofom mra na o se wapa acho ni ama okọ. Nano A+ ni Attorney General. Attorney General baba be ka che se ono de A+ ya ono ni be di efi mu agro. Na ateche mu agro de na de tete no. To ono de obetumi atete ateche de aye no. Na why na si Attorney General na ye peso atete ateche de ye no. Enuafo am ho eminyini se mo be pese ya Attorney General no onware wa ateche mu. Onware ofin mu. Ontiti finya ne ho wo hwe constitution medical kan se wo hwe ne dwumadi ne ekese pa ono na ye lawyer ni pani egina ho magana ban ono na ye lawyer ni pani kese pa egina ho magana ban na se lawyer ni pani kese ya ka tro se wo wakwa akwaji sika 500,000 ademude de baba be ma appointment committee parliament se ne be ya we go through parliament. And you see, kona ko sign wuti fa court house there be court na dia obeko atinte hurube ne tua wotunti a huntimi hwere treasure dey nti na huntimi nko because e bia wo de A+ ko ba ono so be kana sem enti wo se ne honko nanso no wo di nkofo bi kokoto saa ade akwadu a de bowi se wo ye kronfo wo no keta asehye ne proye dware wo wakwa akoji sika de abrem na hyebedwefo no wo nso no wo di nkofo bi pese omode omkokota wo nso na wo se se wo charge omo for corruption. But one so ye de BBC ato so. Yewura Mahama say one me anya san hwehwemu ye wi ane sisi Attorney General anamo a obi adwemu ni say ya Attorney General odware atechemu. Ya Attorney General oyekromfo. Ya Attorney General wakwaja demude. Ya Attorney General ene ekono de bia bonsiniti ayekono sa. No okọ san say adwen a ye di hu no. Enti ho si etimi sign niti. Ho si etimi sign niti. Mi hu bi da sato nano ubekaya yewura Godfrey Dame wo ho ena NDC fokofa tape bi omo akatekate no mo de asisi ani eno mo se yewura Godfrey Dame ene jakwa edi nkomo eno kromo friend criminal enanse ya ozi ensamo mo kan no ebia o na wiase de wo ho wo wi ofo nsa no ahwe won nsa no ofo no se nipa woni nipa nsa se enti wo wi ofo nsa no ahwe won nsa. Because ansema na no mo kan ya mo se Godfrey Dame edidi na tem sanse mo se oni obi akokasa no ene ya Attorney General de ono no yese wo ye kromfo yese wo ye wi yese wo kwa akwaji adamude 500,000 Ghana cedis e de bre appointment committee in parliament mutini yo ono no onfa nipa no court no nko sign it o se da bi court ya de obeko no nko se na da je wo mi won so de bi court na wote e ho na odidie e ho na woda e ho Esi akwa de office utu na no adu high court. Wo so wontimi fa nipa no court. Na o concentrate on me wa nipa na gu ho fin. Wa ka asem atia wo. Be ka asem so a wo say A+ ni be kire yen ade a onimu fa NSS ho. Ono na emba be kire yen. Attorney General wona tumi nyina ekura wo. Ghana nyira no tumi kura wo so na wo de obedi yen sama ya obe yen na yen konko busa A+. Now where from this pension for any as a media trial na ya the media for aba na kan sama enim Attorney General bokwasem nie wagu ne ho fi Attorney General enkasa saa wonni modwumadi e wo constitution ya nya de saa asem nso a ya de ato ne tiri so no wonhwe no nsan ne ti yewura mahama asodie kese mienu eda wo so nie wa code of conduct a wo de baaye ene emu nsem no ne epie bani ebie ma de ba kwa ya se hu ne se ene NDC baaye omo ya appointment bebre a omo bu o man no na ya wo omo ano omo ye NDC national officers be regional officers impo even constituency officers ene ya pa omo e wa aban mu na ado danko Akufo-Addo etwa asebi to ho mobeka ya 2017 na ado danko Akufo-Addo in consultation with the National Executive Committee of the party e de enhye bi ba say obi bia ya fa wo adwumam e wa aban mu na wo sai kura party de bre no jaito obi bia jaito ho eno no ade eboa ne se e manipa no nya adwempo Emma ordinary esi adwuma a oye no so no aye ne ye eboa ma amamuo pa edadi etuwa hwa enei miame boss oye current general secretary no ya Central Regional Youth Organizer obeye why CEO no resign here the deputy Bashir no resign here regional ministers ahodo bebre o mba nya honorable architect of blessed memory or resigning from Greater Accra region chairman Amewu resign here honorable Asuma Cheme resign here all over obia resign here me ebra ye elect me as national youth organizer na me deputy executive director NSS awa na resign here ene ni e kam yakwa ni say ye the NDC headquarters na e wa dabraka no ya peja ne de akwa si Jubilee House and it is dangerous for good governance. Etienne offer national youth organizer ono ye minister manenye na djuma on resign ni deputies nyina ba ko NYA Osman Ayarega Ruth ewo NSS omoda so ho Basintali odaso wa ye Yeru Akodua wa occupy position ni pen oye ya resign as a regional youth organizer wa Ashanti region I don't know that's award post Yeru Manebo ama odaso director of elections me was Osei minister of defense offer regions ni ma bebre in fact regional secretary no or northern region on Alaji Loto on NLA bebre all over Elikem Kotoko Yaira Koku no your IT director and then NIA Eric Omunyina no mukuta positions. What we are calling on the president to do is and they would the code of conduct for appointees aba say omonye impartial and it's a conflict of interest biaba etino omo a wapa omo no eye wapa omo a sha omo no resign senya nanado danko Akufo-Addo year 2017 ema omo a wa appoint omo nyina no e resign ye no mo so resign no mo focus on governance enti ebe say Ramahama we no boa ema Ghana no yekoye nim enti enese ye frem ba ya na adetitu enti ye frem ba nyame nhira mo obesa tie nka biom defense offer regions ni ma bebre in fact regional secretary no on northern region on Alaji Loto eye afubia no obeje 1.5 bebre all over 15 all over Elikem Kotoko Yaira Koku no your IT director and then oko NIA Erika omo nyina na omo kuta positions. What we are calling on the president to do is and then with the code of conduct for appointees aba. Say omo impartial. And it's a conflict of interest biaba. It's no omo a wapa omo no eye wapa omo a sha omo no resign senya na nado danko akufado year 2017. Emma omo a wa appoint omo nyina no resign ye no. Mo so resign no mo focus on governance. Nti ebe say Ramahama we no boa Emma Ghana no yekoye nim. Nti ene se frɛ mo baya na adetitu nti frɛ mo baya. Nyame nhira mo obesa tie nka biom.
Asempa Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. We gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download and follow you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just like with the Apple. The Ekosiisen mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ekosiisen mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ekosiisen. Get marvelous.
For free. Provident Insurance Bama Quentua on the side. It's January, you could see March 2025. What the insurance one some shop Provident Insurance and sa. Someone renew and now we have for 4 penya Chadia P. I'm a flow coupons and the Providence of the next Papa B. And to what when they and WhatsApp assistant or buy and chat is here 024-242-6396. That's what to out over to me swap and 15 branches. Laptop particular and mobile. To me should be a broker and I agents in the mobile is our Janami and Sunday na Provident Insurance a son Ghana man from Paul Maconia Badi wa Bambu na massa special for you for alcohol. Can search check account.
With Provident, you're covered.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who made this way you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract and so say. If any now and quite down rocksters. One so chromo pan. What do you want saying?
The contract and when Nimniako Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and now POP ceiling there. I am rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet, papa, and no one can there. Assume Ghana for.
And can I say I know dear in so a boy
near the Fudiachi, Nanko Toddy Bon and net Sundachi. Fre 0544-338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and now POP ceiling there. Fre rocksters, no one chowing to me. UEFA Champions League final 1B. So that your Asempa from UCF fun day no bigger. Nani dini ni unamsa. Aya fun day. On the 31st May 2025. Ani inachila Tama Community Night. Havana Pub and Restaurant. Hona yempo macho UEFA Champions League final live. I will chance Chris on Tamilana in the 4th Champions League. And our PSG for the first time. Senior legend in the good last killer. Asempa from UCF fun day with Havana. And Sana match and the top of the show. Yeah, but Bonsu Fiaba Pano Pro. Performances near Kudia Wood. 5-a-side soccer. Arm wrestling. Hit the bottle. Basketball hoops. Asatera. You make it. So just see from me and Tala. Havana Community Night Saturday 31st May. Awesome perfect. To my community, to TV presenters. The dignitaries will play never. Your player and radio TV programs are who Havana live. I Asempa from UCF Fun Day. Inter Milan versus Paris Saint-Germain. Live commentary to my family Asempa from Tuma Kwadi Soccer Bet. Your best bet for sports betting. TCL. Inspire Greatness. DSTV. Feel every moment. Complicana. Passion for technology. Saga 4 Peters. And Brady Havana. Ladies and gentlemen, Aquaba, welcome to Santique, your #1 male and female quality leather slippers and sandals blog. Looking for something unique? We have a carefully crafted wide variety of designs you won't find anywhere else. Wow! Santique! Feel the difference with our finest materials and attention to detail from our team of skilled artisans, ensuring that every pair is made to your specification. Gift yourself or a loved one with our handmade leather slippers and sandals. Not just a luxury, but an investment in your comfort and style. Arune Pankasa, Nanswade Panatone. Order yours online now at santikeonline.com. You can call or WhatsApp us on 057-268-3529. We are located at Obodoy Street, New Achimota. Santike, we bring the luxury to your feet. Power jet battery power jet battery what mini battery issue power jet battery ambassador power jet battery power jet car battery the rocks and ventures sport runabout community 18 Sprinters Road 0208-090-789 and 0242-314-774. Obenya Bisu Ashama, Kawanas, Opportunity Enterprise, Battery Shop will be a Wabusoka, Kumasi, Kwamichoba Enterprise, Pampaso, and a battery shop will be a Waswami Mazi, Abakom, Macro Junction, every Kanswako University, Swedro, Magazine, Tapa, the Jasaba Bia, Power Jet Battery Day, Power Jet Car Batteries. Oh, put that day.
You just got added to the GoTV Best Football Friends chat group. Let's go! It's finals time and all the biggest players are in it to win it. Catch every Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Champions League, FA Cup, Europa League, Conference League. To cut the long voice note short, you know who'll be there for you when you need to watch the finals. Stay connected to catch all the biggest football finals with your best football friend, GoTV. Love it.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, my station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7. Sapa, Luciza, Sinema, Wasafa, Isiza Saba, Fulamo, Anitaleniko, Kalize, Remaya Wamodo, Wasafa, Luciza, Sinema, Wasafa, Isiza Saba, Fulamo, Anitaleniko, Kalize, Remaya Kanda.
Asempa FM, Tuesday afternoon, the 13th day of May 2025. Check with your time, 11 minutes after 3. Asempa FM, so we need your say Bonsu from Yobi. And it just gone by the MPP's press conference on a myriad of issues and a brem. That press conference was addressed by lawyer Henry Nanabuachi on one side, national organizer Edema NPP. Inti Odensembebre na Etruja, all of them very, very trending issues. One of them the issues involving lawyer Sami Jemfi, A+, ne Attorney General Dominic Ayeni, any in Sembebre nana Omobro. So
We have our eyes fixed on all the other major issues in our country. Already the minority NRA a press conference, and then the legal counsel for the minority in parliament, and so the statement about on what they term a breach of Ghana's constitution on the part of His Excellency the President of the Republic. In Tinina Komoa Yebeshena Yedi, argument essentially, and it so happens during a particular time, somewhere last week, the President was out of the country. Already the Vice President is out of the country, and per moment information the Speaker of Parliament was also out of the country. What it meant essentially, and it's our country had no acting president. Because in Mandia is when the president is out, when the vice is out, when the speaker is out, the chief justice act as president. But we had no substantive chief justice, no acting chief justice. And to say what happened, there seemed to be a constitutional lacuna. Yet to me edihu and como. Inti everyone sumunim say yen to me yema kwaima the live commentary Abramo from Egypt, the under 20 African Cup of Nations. What is at stake at door? So apart from winning the ultimate trophy, science will serve as an opportunity to qualify for the World Cup. But last four, we ever qualify for semi-finals, and echo World Cup. Unfortunately, Egypt free more at the quarter-final stage. In the World Cup, enyadia yebetumi akobi sad development. And then I'm saying but we are here to bring you Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show, Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Minim enene dikaya wutia yedase ema wakwaba. We are live from our national studios, which is in Kokomlemle 355 Farmofa Street. Ewo Kokomlemle. Your affiliate radio stations are Hodwana na Efa Jumedie live here in Ghana, over 17 radio stations. Oko Amanonenswa 125 plus radio stations and Efa Ekosiisen live. Yeda winyina ase. Production team no abwaye Dominic Kisiyaboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Ntiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Oman Hene Kwabena Sante, and Equia Boachewa Yadom. Yem proud sponsors and so Fontina 74 from Diagnostic Herbal, Royal Kingdom Estate, Provident Insurance, Africa Queen Mackerel, EcoBank Ghana, Blue Star Lotto, Santike, Syntex Tank, Powerjet Batteries, Translight Solar, Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, Tabia Herbal, and Felisco Sun Ghana Limited. We save your cargo, we save your life. Fantastic stuff. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Messias Subio 0548 443 523. And the show is streaming live on YouTube. Into YouTube, you search for Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube, and then you subscribe to the channel. So you do that by hitting on the subscribe button. Now I subscribe it. You live, I'll be no notification. Na bibia ako kama ede amount. In the moment you're in Shannon, so be part of this big show. Let the world hear your thoughts, your comments, your observations on Asempa FM. Wow. Let me say a big good afternoon to you, Alex Martinson, a part 2 student at the Ghana School of Law. Alex Martinson, good afternoon to you wherever you are. Omai hini kwabena asante. Na brofudi Benjamin Asante Daku. Wabe Kansa, a host of Big Game on Adom TV in the Anopebia Okwa Adom TV. Nunsiane fa pepepe na on na bejo fo atena se wo ekopem no 9 ene mesi no 9 no nkono ene fa anopa o Adom TV so oman akwaba
well be majosu me danyame asese odi ene so ache and every brother I continue to understand why minimum way to and so that be la 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 la. They are new.
Okay, the steadfast love of the Lord never ceases.
Yeah, I don't know, but it is one song.
So his mercies never come to an end.
Yeah,
they are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness.
So
the steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end.
Yes. Every morning. When
they are new every morning.
So I say, I know they are
new every morning. It's a beautiful song.
So beautiful. Anna, a young back was to me to me. And so, Mufancha Mammy Binet was say, the apostolic problems is a so almost just kind of you know man. Oh, Mammy, Mammy cries a crab about you. I say, I don't praise it though, Mammy.
Oh, yeah, popular musician.
American gospel artist.
Oh, Sasa Winans?
Okay, no, but could be count.
American gospel artists are about doing praises.
And one way out the measure for one to train. Oh, yeah, you to know woman and not go check this out. Oh, but this one is a very popular thing. In fact, Dano
Mercy say no,
Dano Bakubi, Dano Church. I think I spoke about that.
I will sing of the goodness
yes.
of SSY.
Yes, yeah, I know. Oh, I know. And also another
beautiful song.
Beautiful. These
beautiful
two.
Song.
Yeah. So I say, these two. Kauji Bra, as the program is going, no one can come and party. So, Bribia da Mikasa say, Unyami emauti de ejuma. It's another form of prayer. It's another form of prayer.
Yeah, that's
what I say. All my life, yeah. That's what I say. And other Ghanaian music are Teacher Celestine Donko, Emi Newman, Mary Ganza, Stella Abasil. Yes. And the Daughters of Glory Jesus.
Daughters of Glory.
To me, then now the Kasa Wawani. They are still there. So I say, Yagasa, Joe Metal. In fact, sometimes in the stead of prayer, that real prayer, those kinds of songs, a boy, and I say, Jum to Nibako David, or no Jum to Moon in Pine Bonnet BB. So I say, you can't run away from those things. Sometimes you only, what they jack the brow radia, and how sorry radia. You don't even feel or see. What they panic just say, you've allowed the whole soul and being to be in tune with your nyame. Episode catcher, so and I thank God that Onyame Amayesa Akwenya no is Adumbi Keke. Say you should me konenim na Ekosiise Nyame danasi for our life. For baby we have never been and will never be in competition because what you have always said, grace abounds, but me no grace meet. And now me grace meet. So at the moment you understand that, Ekuya Boachua Shas yes or no Usisi dan etonton. What is your problem? Say what you say. Say Kwabna say or Tonton say how on the saying because we don't understand they are the sons of Issachar. Because we don't understand the times. Onte Brena say ahoya na ni breni sa ni nkuni sa nyoma and not the order of the day. But if you are focused now to the time that you find yourself in, Asia, Afibia Shas out the addition, but also a numa we are seeing Franina and addition, we are seeing Franina, so Okusia, a hobe bound for so dear at the amount. Very important. You know those times and at the times that we continue to have ourselves, find ourselves in. Into Uber recommendation, Uberman in terms of a Jumas exactly. The only bra woman, you boost yourself, Obano, Obesuko, I'm going to say, the more make a more, the more must have your baby at Debbie. That guidance, Bible, the amount. Say, so who bra woman, a baby, anyone to anyone drink chira or the bachelor. So it's important that whatever way, Bribia da Ghana for whichever faith you find yourself in, the converging point, they say all these faiths, they believe in one thing, that you are an omnipotent supreme being so whether Buddhist, a Kanka, whether traditionalist, Pentecostal or charismatic or whatever, we all come under a certain umbrella that is controlled by a supreme being. That being, basic ekase yentutu yanamu yi yendi nokure amayeho yemfa akomapa enye de yebi wa yeman you had na de say yeman so fata no yemfa yeman. So
obi the message about from the fisheries department or University of Cape Coast.
Yes.
Now Osei, please greet a colleague who has lost his beautiful daughter yesterday. Through a road accident, which happened yesterday on the Cape Coast Asempa Road.
Obi.
I say, Obi, please, you and Omani should talk about road accidents again. Now, say the Pakondidi is Stephen Yarrow.
I was here.
Our fisheries department of UCC.
I was here, Obi.
Asempa to Cape Coast. I
was here. Well, Obi. Maybe Adamika, for instance, you mubia, Sabian Ferrium Shankers, local ones. Nabibia, they name for me.
Yes.
They be Adam because so far crack Kumasi Road, over Cape Coast Quantum Post, over from Mountain Quantum Post. You clearly will understand that in Pendodon Quenshan Dona a creation Yankasa. Sabi, we are passing out to shame. Not sharing America 10 times or be possible on your super chess. We should sprint and I say, and 127 and I was Quamnessi, Ubishu Person chess only use the latest Bentley. And as a legend, you know, Umia can't be Pijanimu. Now they walk on the next speed. Junction, Nipe. So we are fraught with a lot of challenges as a country. Sometimes Ubusa will say, Enti, ye per se. Ye kon kind wa brabom and adebia dan yentina say mofra totohwewa na yensunye complaining. That's what we are good at. Every time talking, every time complaining, every time knocking. It is those qualities no ema man puntuo entimi nko so na enimu we pay you baby odi akofai. Just yesterday I was in the midst of certain people. Ye nua man ye ma ye nana no ma wi SHS and mo wi SHS and o ma trust SHS wi o ma fefa afuru. Bebre SS Bebri Mikano Obi say SS this why be JHS. That is how low your fabric no etitia kopim. So on mine a lot of assudian responsibility. Sometimes ucha ya tutu nyoma dodo na ejeje mu
omanona on my man na hwe young girl na enu through accident.
Aba
not beautiful lady.
It is just the mercies of God. It is just we say me yonko pa panyimu bi power my Robi enu ada yitwa ne banai. Yes, 16-year-old girl.
Jesus Christ.
Enu ada. The man and the wife could not stand it up to date this morning. Almost shock him. Also ben fa onyame aseda and onyame mo call no be fedi. You still walk around and you think that because you have money or car or you are beautiful or handsome or you work in one of the finest companies in the world, you know, you think that you are the alpha and the omega. Mr.
Actually beautiful.
They are new every morning. Every morning. Nobody who play crown as who plead the mercies of God to us. No one plead beyond to us so crown out in them. So it is to encourage people that Bibia when we are Sibian, you assume your wine, your papa, your bonny, your on the crane, your contumpo. You cannot, and I repeat, you are unable to walk in this earth, on this earth. So we judge your man the obi. Every blessed day, you're going to join him. As parents, as guardians, we need to continuously soak them in the mercies and the blood of God. And yet,
this is really
so I say,
beautiful.
And we should start having that kind of a for ourselves. Say, yes. And we should live in a responsible society. That is what I plead for all the time.
Because the last
we should live in a responsible society.
The first 4 months in the year, over 700 and something deaths through road accident. 4 months. Country of 30 million people. Then over 700 through road accident. Just like that.
We should live in a very responsible society. It's made a mess. Say Debbie Adamika Obi, when you go back into history.
Obi, I lost my mother and our last born, which is my sister, into only mame, any of my last born, any nearby, through road accident on the Accra Mankisim Road. Clement, our Bronx in New York.
Okay, so
into any mame in nearby dead.
So let us all wish all of ourselves to say we are or extending the message towards us. I say see a kind of one for one Shimbia, that's all the whole Shimbia.
Yes.
You understand where it's coming from.
True.
Yeah, then I see whichever way. Na me sankai Ashrafonia team for say Nana ya brefo.
Yes.
Yami ya duma na ochiwi wo eye takrade. Banchia, is it Banchiase?
Talk about
Banchiase.
Yes.
You be kwa kota yi ni ba ye chi bra. Radiator nsa friend.
Me mean the ya.
Me we are. Inti e be kwa kota yi ni ba na china wako pene ma me krabia. It's important. Nana ya brefo has served all of us. Inti mesre say mama yen kind one paibum. Already ahodi nye kese won so. Enye easy to lose a parent, whether your father or your mom. Enye adwuma ketwa. Nti ye besre se adofo hwe na wono nkotai na ya brefo achi na bibibia nko kama.
Ina watch team ni na e batakrade to come and commiserate with our sister. Minim say Elder Amos Kevin Anande we are sende wa. Apparently there was an accident mama and the mensia wu at the same time. A mother and her 6 children lost their lives in a heartbreaking road accident.
Can we hold on to this because the more goose people on the band, maybe I might lose my, and yet at the papa. A family from Kumasi coming to pick up a flight back to the US. Timber, Ibo, Oba, Ikunu, Emma. This is another matter of some 2, 3, 4 years back. Brian. So, Bushe Unyami, Nehumo Bra. A door so broad draining so. Again, the spirit of recklessness and lawlessness and the impunity on our roads. A car now or they call
Asempa.
I'm GPR to fast my Anna and if the Peru to but a body a check must have as a check on some of these things. No, Obakono say yes, so could you both
station master.
Yeah, no, the tower we're going to go. It didn't be in pan or check you. And when I say over 30-40 years, yes, dear Papa be a deep buobro, Eddie Buobre passages now. You don't understand this. How do we develop? How? Because we take service provision for granted.
Yeah, for granted. I mean,
can't this or no about that. Now for the coconut until Sumwa to Nchakofo. Yes. When you complain about service, you more provide your papa. Come not until you found Boko. Way. Unim Tuno, Unim Karamuya, and Kazakwa, we are transport owner. Yakasabasa. Our standards. And I remember all the time, but Samuel Brian Boabe, during their time, when I kept reminding people about standards in this country. Everybody thought that maybe the two of us, if you say, Cambridge, Oxford trained personalities or journalists. And I said, your first deficiency is the foundation is not shaking. Already, you suffer from the word go. These two qualities, here, any it is a building conconsa, any bread, and your mind factor pull him down. Some mind on a woman, some mind will be surrounded park. Obako Ibrahim Mahama, Obako Amuakwata, former road minister, Ako say, or my in the Kwablas until they are paid daily bread. Some mind in a woman, some mind in a wow, you crowds when we are. We don't could see a chile. This is the kind of country or world we are in now. It is a question of
Asempa.
Yeah, very careful and revising our notes. That is why I am always on the neck of the NDC. Because that God-given theme on the Bible, resetting agenda on the Bible, I still uphold it. I still believe that it's achievable.
Yeah, we should make it work.
Because we need to reset a lot of the things that we are doing in this country. A lot.
Proper reset.
Biano. Omaya ye to abawie say kim. Yesu in mampanwe ya na ashase to go say Sir, 4 years.
Not 4 years, that's the answer.
How do we develop like this? That is why some of us, we are pained when certain decisions are taken by this current administration. Before so also the previous administration, not to say that all what they did was not the best, but we should not be no more 1 year. So Kosha to Manas who could trabidia. How they before to Asempa. But we should accommodate one another because the Ghana factor is superior or supreme than the individual factor or pettiness that we keep displaying. We are not truthful to ourselves. A bunch of dishonest groupings, they be at the minimum baby ye jinano and no na no kure it me there and I said to us.
Our truthfully interest driven. Interest driven. Depend on who interest though.
That's it. And the moment we begin and continuously act in that manner, we are doomed. Woe unto a country almost thinking and say no kure kanu jina aye baby and some son ni say now some few years back
and
then now some few years back I didn't see a year and then some what is all this? So how do we arrive at that point? Because we are still going through inconvenience. We want to arrive at our point of convenience. We are still struggling to get to the point of convenience. Why? Because we continue to be beneficiaries of that corruptible attitude and behavior. And that too much. So I'm quick reminder, then I come to the issues that maybe everybody is interested in talking. Quick reminders. Must say, the over-politicization of these ECG matters, no? Energy. Obianya solution down. As I speak to you now.
That's saying, can you do na brasa?
As I speak to you now. Abokobi Pantai, Ablaje. Please. Me kanyan intimi so iron.
Still I voted me low.
Intimi so iron.
Hey,
intimi so. Intimi so. It's a buy be a 4:30 ono. Wo ho pa. Na kanyan ni jira so.
It's not.
It's work condition. The men go don't try. Fridge no, they don't try. It's the last one here. Fan and I say iron. Intimate fat. Oh. It's no. I don't say this thing to splash or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't give a thought. I have a problem.
Yeah.
Sani aye who sa na ko complain say yes. When it suits people, when you complain, you are the best. When it doesn't suit what they want you to hear from you, you are not getting it. Let us approach these issues with that kind of national approach
and honesty.
Yes. So that we can get a proper solution. Yeah. Not that political knee-jerk solutions.
But what can you do?
What is here? So when you know, people brought you a lot of, sent you a lot of messages. I don't know our situation, Abokobi Pantai, Ablaje, all those areas.
Okay.
Low voltage. Mr. Bebri. Me who say, Chemimu na ayimwa ibisi Ashoman and Samanpo not more track bisio. Namu de ayika kaka bia bisiso.
Okay.
And the man was a bear 4 days ni em so masa
Fadeko.
Efio me hamenti munyoma na se. Minim say na a supply na be ma be page akona ahodi bi eso ati o say I don't know. But yes, old Ashoman estate esie honom no. No opposite na track kese bi wo ho. Amodi mo ya kakaka no. For about 3 years, 2 years. But omo bear 4 days no. They've come to. Oba be ho adwuma to 12 on medical. And o masa be see mo new station bi wo. A year before a year Ablaje transformer no.
When you na low voltage,
low voltage. Iti moma omo ni nko ho. So at is not omo hwehwem na saa de ni nko.
But me dey no one kakra ne say for low voltage because it will definitely be the distribution transfer.
So onim dey there would be say ba ma ECG for na kra ba ho.
O ma ba be hwe transformer no.
Yeah, she identify for us. Ha mama ba be hwe. 2 ana mama the wire fee na crown because minimum say they say Obaba check say I want to be sure so that when I talk and maybe you'll be see a trick or so that is the basis. The basis is not to benefit any group of people,
of course,
but it's to ensure say once I'm being provided say me tell am catch you say I feel be twem no na me could change for coming 90 199,900 me so mo the cheap na share my dey and na be busa I say eye dey na me sika no asa e wo so na still meter no e run then makoto 4,000 eguso me am pa 4,000 quite be 6 months say be 4 months me say and then go for money me say you say na me bogum after me go adenta papa
the 99
me say that day me say buseja me I feel my speechless and me say wow we dey meet here adwuma pa because kwablaza this unim say no waka trash unko check but it's not good for us
and he said it's not good so unim say every month
it's not good
for us 1,000 and they will cut 3
it's not good for us
1,000 after they will come 5 weeks
because I'm a beneficiary of the system and the people for I have problem so on me make sure say omomoye so I say omomoye na sa e how no because how me personally dey abre me no ya dia hadwe yi pa so that obi na pick one one excess ade wo kwa maka afiri agency enti minim say social welfare and agenda ministry no who is the agenda minister
mami nine momo say
adena na e ka wasem me appeal say ka omoa na one national security mpayinfo no entina se ene maybe
na we no o ka almost as like child for na abana
too much ka wokudi standards authority honum police fire I no mada opengbu honum police no mada oh please omo show omo fo sa omo da so I say omo jira sa opengbu honum omo yehwe omo titare say obetwa red light dem dey no mo dey motor dey omo ni man no that's what they are doing at that place utwa mu anam dey di wachi for them to prevent it there be ometete na wako from now
so now no ye di won gomo wa ha make say omo accessor comment be brain now what is coming up and say oman a syndicate
ba say e say adwuma obi na you say I say
ko form ba ho ma chine e hwe omo gu
that is adwuma ye hwe omo ngo sa keke ntubo ho na kokotako opemu na kasa no me mo dan we bia nima so what I say yes nima no mo we but I'm saying me dan we nima ti me no do mo ba me gi omo wi a na me distribution na mo ba sales so eda ho nyesa afreina me be wo kan we ni kwa na makai Dr. Mahmoud Baomi initiative bi omo ko si o Madina
social center bi Ajiegu na say dan na hu nyina
dan no de hu aye no chen de Kumasi magazine
na say me share yasi
but that is the challenge
let's say NEIP
it is not funny the resources that went into that building and yet Dr. Mahmoud Baomi
and I think Eric J should let us know
Dr. Mahmoud Baomi continuing
so
with that this is how we have been managing this country this is how we have been managing this country
na carry for na kwey training omo bi omo adwuma here
dem so mo graduate here
yes
so at na graduation
because you are cake you be so you
am catch us say political solutions in Kwan de ma o mine
no so what we go school 2 weeks
political solutions in a way Obi in a way it was solving a certain problem but it was not
sustainable.
Meaning the entire politicians they think that they will continuously take us for granted and think that we can't think through.
No, but we should also know say we go through that training, you know, where they are now, what they are doing. If indeed through that training, ebi mo anso set it up afankofo that's positive.
Me try say ade bi ye no ye essence say
ye forward looking.
That's it. Na no person convince me say me ko hedan na me make say omo ko training dey me dem nya omo trainers no ye sika kakra na ya pono ho dia ko sadin obako na akwa a den for another group of people omo so harass and intimidates and go why what is this country why we do ourselves
it's true
obi so atem jolase eti me say ani e cast by for se anyo yo ka chenchi minister
military minister here honorable
military people know that so and na mo private citizens I omo bomb by military
na say you say kasa kire Dr. Manebo
o ka kire Dr. Manebo na a police for interior for join car say military and police na beka wa
yes
beka wa na me be catch you enne enipa ba ko na ma soldier for police for or your sofo
or sofo
etidien pa eyi ase be do mo church na dia na dia soldier for the police we
na soldier for ni adwuma bia ya
ah obusa me na o de ya na wato ma me nyam no nya na wa ukwa yi na se wo hu se omo wo ho soldier for 9 approach for 9
boss of 4 back
you are asking yourself say and you are so business people and all those kind of people certain people you don't know
police for na enso yen no but police to citizen ratio we are way beyond below UN mark no na yenya bi bo private citizens go by 4 of them one person and then say hu no na say muntaka ne Dr. Manebu Ama should join forces and deal with this thing. And yet it's not proper.
Obina say because all kinds not proper. I'm saying my reminders are. These reminders are maybe
one reminder be our man.
ECD
no. There is update on ECD.
Yeah, ECD.
There is update on
committee.
Where your friend is saying flood in a sea war. VRA flood no. Update aba.
But chairman I was sad.
Ade.
Na ba so mo jebe no wajuma ko yin na wo bi so there sometimes I know you anymore omo ye nyoma bi o
na don kind report no
na can executive seminar man what have you achieved there go and force to let achieve the results na wa chairman no ya ye ejuma pa me boy ya ba so me boy minister there no ye minister ashemu se mo na mo nim die monkwa na monkwahwe na sa nim die no enye ejuma na implement it please we patronize too much we patronize too much. Asudi adaya so no enipa aya asodin enipa de amanyo sem na nso yefa wo de MPs ni bi omu fro wo dom kekai we politicize everything in this country.
Asempa FM.
Nini koma afo etutu to call last 2 years or so the last year new month for ne ekrobo phone take dey see here. They should not do that. Bibia per certain favor be near the Ghana favor. From full sack, Kibia, yet tell you Bibi, a banner, Bibia Sina, they are not quite.
Omakoye report. Recommendations, no, so any bad.
Mamen draw Felix Kwacho for so attention.
Felix Kwacho for so.
I'm out for a here. Jubilee Office of the President, Jubilee House tickets, must see non-existence. A bambia bar, and go for the side any DC. A bomb cannon. More meaning some of the MP does not say, I'm saying there's a need take and the Casa Crobacate say, Bibia Niwa, a sticker, a farm more catcher, say, yes. Sticker, Office of no Omodi, side and go turn up him, or Phoebe on the and then them afford the idea DC Corano. But so the means now some of the cultural band. Intelligence is now a fashion show. Is there a fashion now or the now be a bassa or no or the jeep now there in the case of the chips you don't why? You go print the Office of the President Jubilee. We catch you.
When they was Felix say deal with.
So kai say me free Kumasi ba me cross over akwa say no call take you no take you cross master do say you know who I am say I abramo who you are. Who pa the Shigana Nensa. Who are you? One munya to me kakra bia. Eh na we Trump dan ka ba yire o. Munya to me kakra bia.
Yes.
Now if you say the whole world no it's for you. Eh now if you say baby me bubu ya na. Na baby titi obi unim nipa o ma betina o ma to o ma dwuma so
yeah emre ni nka
baby
o man Professor Amewe Kunfi so you krom ni on
respected Professor
Amewe Kunfi
na afuni bunu is there ade bia ni ho e wo ya manyo sem mo afiri wa ba enya de papa JH Usu JH Mensa JH also champion Brikun JH Mensa Munifie and infum crownshire
radiaton suffering yeah infum
baba must stop bro from the boom I Professor Guvernor dey see
Professor Kunfi na so I she brute
I dey asem
enti the state has filed criminal charges against former Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Board Chairman Professor Amewe Kunfi and former GIIF CEO Solomon Asamoah over the Sky Train fiasco. Into charges Nibia and charge sheet no first page just for we statement of offense count 1 statement of offense conspiracy to commit a crime to wit willfully causing financial loss to the republic. Now particulars of offense now Solomon Asamoah and Professor Christopher Amiyawe Kumfi that you in February 2019 in Accra and within the jurisdiction of this court did agree to act together with a common purpose to willfully cause financial loss to the state in the sum of $2 million United States of American dollars to the Republic by causing without authorization the said amount belonging to the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund and the Republic to be paid to the Africa Investor Holdings Limited purportedly for the building of an urban sky train system in Accra, which system was never built. Into $2 million omutria de ma companies omumesi urban sky train ayensi no or mine say willfully no ma cause financial loss.
Well, so we do mine in here.
And yeah, mine in into omoko quarter American CEO no will have their day in court.
So this gymnastics
not a pleasant story.
No, but this gymnastics.
But prof ninfie nso akwa animu.
Obi no kwa ninfie no.
Yeah, minim say mfa ho de, but ninfie akwa animu.
When dey me person me ka say ye mfa nfie no nto nchen. What you do that is against the laws of the land. It's not about the age.
Oh, sure, I get you.
But we know the person me just so can say we dey yati bia bre. Because that era Stephen Opuni, the impression we got was that he was the D&D when you made them Udi na sem or can asem in common, you know. So until Mama Sem court be siege na yes say SARS should be the normal process that everybody who there's a suspicion on you. That's why sometimes I'm attending general bear press conference because they say on your mindful in conclusions or them. Yes, I know the Bibia cautious will call for the team.
Say nipa we there's only a dubo here. Say yes sir. Obe pia ba no di 75.
Yes sir now no you know no yes sir now the so allow the space. Onyame adom team or pool of investigators credible ones. They've gone through whatever document that they think they should go through. They've arrived at these conclusions. This is the conclusion Ghana has arrived at. Now, those individuals within these conclusions, it's just the beginning of many years on
the beginning crowd.
So let's watch how the space will go. Will roll out.
It's true.
So that's it.
The second. We message was a congratulations on your coronation. Dasebre Mreku Afari II as Begro Hene, Fantia Kwa Hene, and Benkum Hene of the Atim Ebuakwa traditional area into Ononkwano or a Begro Hene or a Fantia Kwa Hene, and also Benkum Hene of the Atim Ebuakwa traditional area. We pray for longevity of your reign and the wisdom of Solomon to lead and modernize Begro in the Benkum division of the Atim Ebuakwa traditional area. We free phobia ne friend of Begro abroad into Begro for well bruchri and I come who abumua omode message we are ba omohene omode airborne abaso oman madam for back me walk Sky Power FM now or me producer on the morning show if any Emmanuel or Hinijan Manchester in the UK or say Obi good afternoon, I'm enjoying your program with Omahine. However, it's disheartening to see our beloved country continue to lose lives due to road accidents. Does the Ghana police investigate the causes of these accidents? What happens to those responsible? Until we hold corporate accountable, these incidents will persist. I think we should also revisit our insurance policies. Drivers found culpable in accidents should face consequences such as higher insurance premiums, reduced driving license point, temporary and permanent driving bans. These measures could help deter reckless driving and promote road safety. Emmanuel Hinijan, thank you. Very practicable suggestions there. By Yehano, Charlie. Some way.
Okay, so Obi, quickly, my main every band out to sound lawyer.
Every out to sound lawyer. As in say assembly court and as assembly court.
Assembly be court no.
Any time when they are decision.
And I have taken this note say minti me and wo chamber so be.
Unti me nya adwuma bi.
Me corner Marco Hesse bia.
Obepe lawyer
for fra. Say
me recommend bi ma wana.
O minim say Tadio sorry wo.
I hope Tadio sorry.
Minim so.
No betime tuaneka.
Oh, obehwe me. Say mo mo free bibi de pro bono. To obehwe me. I want to take the former Rose Minister on continuously. My appeal to what you say
or abuse you continuously
because one said Mrs. a lawyer.
Yes.
Dobs you know.
Yes. Yes.
And what culture say Ubia or Befa coin bisu abako and say you feel be verbal abuse.
Yes.
Asempa FM.
Udia ya tro wo so. Obi any say friend Benjamin Asante Dako. So nipa bi koso eka setia udini no edidin fufu hye wanemu a making reference to waudi unyame ni wafo dia
which you find derogatory,
very derogatory. Makana minim say wo mremu no
that's something no
senior entimi
afi no wa church say no me and I know can in person but I say I've got
we can get there
and you will work on it.
All right,
we'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Finally, on the CD gains.
Yes.
I now talk as a businessman. It messes up by the insistence. We've sat here several times. Yeah, Petronia catch a driver for the Montes. Because then transport minister GRTCC Penimono. No matter catch say they are catch up some Montes. I share good friend driver for Nayente. So we are not guaranteed of that sustained enjoyment that you see.
You are saying, sir, see the appreciation and reflecting on your man.
We cannot easily just give in. No.
Yeah, because GLTCC for say.
Yeah, it's not easy like that.
We no move almost
it should be sustained.
And it's reasonably
exactly.
Say you say you
exactly. But that's why I want to appeal to the conscience of government. You have been in opposition and you know you have been in government.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
You know. Because certain factors are out of these factors. You control maybe about 10%, you say 100% of the factors are. Now, Namia do me change the mouse enemy. I coffee no mabano. Maybe coffee a cocoba. Osin kami kilos na namada kana 37 that one. Kami chance umrase.
Na say enu ye nyoma okofa na dada. But so okofa nyoma sisi area say so shine.
Do you understand our business we do in this country and the risk factor? We don't trust the city to the dollar.
How?
Every businessman, Busa. Every businessman in this country. Untrusted the city to the dollar.
Issue statement say omo members entertain.
Oh, minya, the good first omo issue statement. Fred doctor.
Omo issue be that I know.
Fred doctor.
I know, but say we no. We no my issue so
omo issue. My mom pay na gidie ni nyina yie.
Man, I can agree with you. Nioma okofa that time na dollar ne was fine. But see about from so okofa niom in your man. It is a mekofa niom man. Mekofa niom man there. Price man officer was amid. And then makofa
niom man no. Over the following 3 weeks no. O dollar na gina say. Oko for ne 12-9 and 13.
Yes.
It is over in 3 weeks time. Odola no ba between 12 and 13. Over between 14 and 15.
It is 12-9.
Of course, then we have that is what I'm talking about, sustainability.
Okay.
They should stop the optics.
Okay.
Yeah, the 77 to be that so at
FM.
Our prayer is the relief kakra, but because of the external factors majority of the controlling external factors we are praying say you bet you are so 12-5 13 12-5 13 that dance around the dam and you might why then go to the port and check what they are using there. Go to the port
now say almost I hear say about from the reflective report.
So I say no Akufo-Addo aban Nana-Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo His Excellency former president. Omo the bar said they are pegging it as I said
for traders.
Go call Guta.
Yes.
Guta said that it was the best for them as traders.
Yes.
But implementation so there's a challenge in this country.
Wow.
Big one. Timasra aban but the upper uncle can't check driver for the say stability via banner and to the Omo driver for Omo Shushan now.
But I mean, you say Obi, if you are a smart businessman, you can make more money with the rates now.
Well, Obi approach.
Okay.
Obi, I will not fight you. We are an approach.
Okay.
Obi few says so Shushan, to be Shushan is from media Makacho who be paying. You try about 2 minutes you buy no.
Buy now
and then 17. From 14, 15, 16, 17 afi when I was also make a ukono GD or the 2 and a monko intino. What it will so. So what we point
the business for no will study the way kakra.
We need to study the space. So Nami ya buy we adum 3 months.
The next 3 months.
4 months. Now every reasonable being should understand. Say, you know. Yeah. So
okay. Obi say Obi at the port. It's 14.2.
So what else?
Oh no. Na send the SN fair. Oh no. Make at the port. They say your private businessman be ejuma.
No, be not.
How can government revel in the fact say dollar number 13? Now port now buying a control 14. How does that make sense? Make it make sense.
Now buy control now. Atia first on the say bibi. And then the shall say. And now buy control
about 14.2 in the end. 14.2.
But that's what I'm telling you that the previous administration it was. There was that kind of capping on that.
Yes. Dollar about 15.
That's 15. And look right now say even the government at the time couldn't trust or no ankasa or sustaining dollar no stability for a period of time. We are at the beck and call of the you know those who call the shots. The external factors.
Asempa.
So until we put our house in order, Obi. No man de bia ya ho de ni na ekuta ya kodi kwose your money na asa ba me de kitwani and the kwam abontin.
But when we've been told say if the dollar cedi relationship say a factor of demand and supply meaning say Bank of Ghana nya dollars ni bebre then cedi na ho de ne because obi ohia dollar bia benya bi say dollar na ho kwa atwe na cedi no enim egu ase. We've been told say in the last 4 months the Bank of Ghana is liquid as far as dollars are concerned because your gold sales are costly and we sold like your total gold to the tune of about $2.7 billion in 4 months, and that is really the reason why
gold
price and so it means say a bit more sustaining.
There's a deliberate policy by the Trump administration so some fight here mamu dollar no iron hostiles bi am na affect omodo mo ko see China for so ba san komo no obi say e basi dia at the end of the day no we hear dien so be beshi. So we are dependent too much on. But I thank God that a certain administration by name MPP under Nana Akufo-Addo and John Dr. Mahmoud, they started this issue about the reserves in terms of gold necessary and we a show up. And I buy we are ban why enhancing. You see, that is why governance is beautiful. But our part of this world, my governance and beautiful. My governance said yet to take Quabnas and to say, oh, Baba slip another Panaya. What is the news about Samijan? What is the news? That's Samijan Friday. What watch a day?
Watch it, so what?
So what? The whole country should spend precious time. The whole country discussing Samijan fee. So what watch a day? Obi. That you refer to my pefra. And look at some of the conversations on the car. If you have a challenge with Sami Gemfi as a person, I don't give a toss about that. But you know, the word fairness should always be operational. Principles should always be operational in whatever we do and say. So no now also I know the I don't want to know how I'm dealing with what a journalist I need to deal. And so Sami Gemfi the morning show, drive time, afternoon show, online. Are we serious? and we have the courage to do comparisons that and Cecilia Dapa man patrol with the baby obia onyame shows no more by no more hodation because they don't fair no easy. You have the courage to be comparing Cecilia Dapa Mami Nimian 4-way situation no and the Sami Gemfi.
Worlds apart. There is really no link. I mean, it doesn't even make sense.
Oh dear, a case of your meal. Yeah, Tawa. I deal with Crano. And yet what brand 20 days.
They were called a person.
Oh dear, not any part. Only qualified. Say, the young Pamuno. And I ain't and I say, I repeat stories all the time. And I said, I don't get it. We need to sit up and be principled as a very, 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 very good opposition and other people of different opinion. I think what we should be doing at this time, Obi, as I'm talking to you now, and you know, ACC will main under this government, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We need to talk about it. The kind of opposition that the MPP and other opposition parties are offering us, we need to talk about it. Now, some video no wakotoka okaira. Wakoma agrada $2,000 aira. We can question Sisi Adapa because sabi all this can be court so be a sika. And the told just say on no space no. Why do you compare 1 million to 3,000 or to which I'm not even sure? The boss can be keke.
No, the recipient they say 800.
I don't even want to go by that. I will not go by that. Me, I will not go by that. I said me who all kinds of but why? Why? The person Sami Jenfi we know issues are be fair in discussing matters of this sort. Ghana from Pamchomomianko beyond this. And time pass out. Nano ya, when you want to make Umwadi, Una Okawasem, and found deal with him on that score. But
because I agree with you.
Yes, Obi. Why are we making all
you may have issues with a political opponent or a politician because again may draw some distinction because any opposition party from Kwane Kasa. There are some Ghanaians.
That's what I said. Other people, yes.
Good. And I'm saying, sir, you can have an issue as a political opponent or as a Ghanaian who is not happy about Bibi Awehu. But let's also be fair. I mean, if we are not also careful, then we will lower the threshold too much. Threshold there was a and that's why the same argument here will be here in the case of the Chief Justice.
Exactly.
So if we are not careful, the threshold for removing a Chief Justice may lower it too much. The same thing here. I mean, because if Sika politician eche, and was a politician elusu a juma or womua, then we have a problem.
Well, I'll be coming.
Every politician we need to have a situation.
It's the mindset that we have.
It's not problem.
Almost all the arguments, the target is not the act, it's the person. You don't know focal when it comes to governance in this country. You don't know focal.
It is should be a learning way for
aspect of it. Sure. And Mabuna Monya favor before His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to be given positions that are so sensitive.
Yes.
Asempa FM.
Munim de ebiana munim de obonefo na hihya to ho amamo. Mu amu party for
and no put no more party make say and no kwa na ye
party for
the internal
mu party for
Charlie among for a wiki
party for na omo ka kire say ye no yanim de ye na ete ha no we have cabinet ministers calling us. Charlie, we have party executives calling us. We have party sympathizers calling us. NDC groupings. Catch us that my animal fee say I try and him say we mun these are executioners or bravo. You think that is what we practice here? Now got Pentecost I also go empire. Now ko Apostle Salas one man. Now Reverend Steve and Pastor Stanley empire mobile man. Sa dance kuru mu nyoma ensem fata no. And no now the better higher wojuma na. I don't give a toss to what people will say. And then why? The bitterness and the trappings we continue to set for ourselves is too much, Ghana. I'll get to Sami Jenfi. But I stand with him on this matter.
Yeah.
I stand with him on this matter. And the code of conduct, and I went and the and the messenger, and the that is what you are going to do.
No, but my other point,
that is what you are going to do.
Even if you want to go with the code of conduct, the code of conduct, man, a profile,
the general question after everything I'll ask you, the code of conduct and the constitution of Ghana and the minister
that's fine.
Now behind us sometimes here kasa. The person Sami Jenfi, I'm not dealing with the act. The act there's nothing at stake. What can say me or any among more dear who are dreaming who say or ya homaso and all those things. There be a media with the Kokawasi. Bamamu and ye hard unnecessarily. on ourselves like that.
You give the dog a bad name.
Yes, yes, sir. A crowd was what you tell. Me central for Amukwa no represent me obi of various places. No disumasidra. We na be twa winaka. Aban sisa obia. Unim de obi epe. Unya wiase japade nyina obi tim. Na okra no. O hwere na e de mkuntebuo pa na abekwa akobu a kire nyame. Why are we so punchy on ourselves like that? Now, Saminti and ye can't kabi. Minim chen ubia Kekakasa ufran intuma kra enye ye. Chile ni padudu na wati tiaso wana manyo sema oyim as young as he is. Inti Freda Bonyo me so me bo di kasi me wa. It is Fred Bonnet, she a me was swing, and a quarter baby, and I'll share of family and work a corner to bottom and a mammy $3,000, and I said $2,000. It will feel Fred Bonnet pie, baby in Yassi. Sir, or because I think the other side is the recipient. That's fine. That's fine. Only no problems, saying. I know the internal party business. Now, what would you actually? Who I also no problem. Oh, no, I got a why you there now only no problem. Na you bet my pay. Every social media, Me na me what this game me name their friend to X, what the X baby ada kweseda no twa shoot no shoot on Tony Ban na mo I am far my team wa fe almost me be kwa manage me space am say me say na me say obi ani do pen obi ba trash here obi so trash here it mean me preaching now say you might have your personal political challenges with him, your traditional challenges with him in terms of a Sunni binding the Yobi. Say the Ebetna any you can't stop it. You can never stop it. If we are going to use this as a measurement for our politicians, yeah, MPP, TTU, can this shut up? Please.
Because that's where I think we should get to.
So what I say, because
and I spoke about threshold. If we are not careful, say you be yusu we say politician, who be a all manisika. It's as if say you Ghana. Why should we even do that? I don't make a choice. Say chairman ni pana enye bibia on all fours. No say dey way there, but not this. If you want to
Obi, let me thank. The chief of staff. The latest information crime as a free office no. We watch the coming days.
Asempa
eti de obi akabiano. Wo ka your mind chichire. Sami jamfi oye ko waso Ghana. Ye da ase anima. Ye nyina di ahoden. Your mama, a president, Mamin Kotu, I would have used a sledgehammer and I did still the work I was saying, a sledgehammer. Yeah, I didn't know what bonnet money. It's Mesre, Obi. Mesre. Yeah. Say, a baby, I don't know who can be. Yeah, yeah, Kujam.
In the man, I think we have to even chip this in. Say, when so one for me, I think constant refreshers for appointees. No, the president and the chief of staff should take it very serious. There are so many lessons from Tadiwe in this modern social media world. You know, you might be doing something that will free say you might not know who is watching. It especially for the young appointees. No, this should also tell you say the sensibilities of the Ghanaian. See, we are woke into the slightest thing. No. So many sensibilities. In the appointees now more show off Usu, now my hand account, Usu, no watcha, with 3 piece, no watcha.
The expensive one, and I say, also got to be the office.
Now they are busy office.
Now what charge?
Now we be iPad. We be away. Now we see it for flower. Send your mano. Yenka say won't to me. You have money to do those things, but there is something called the sensibilities of Ghanaians. The young appointees should watch it. This should be a lesson to everybody. But I honestly think, sir, even when you take the code of conduct, code of conduct, no punishment I profano. You were reprimand. You were so be forfeited salary, you were suspension, you were dismissal.
Because yes, chief of staff, the latest information I've got.
Yes. Ain't why everybody thinks for this? Oh, he should be sacked. Yem pamono. I don't understand where it's coming from. But the point is it should be something grievous. Yes, I've heard the argument around Adeno dollar, the fact that CDs, a legal tender for the payment of any amount in Ghana and all of that. Yes, fair argument. And I believe so that sense, that moment of indiscretion, no, he was then pushed to apologize, which he has done. And we should be a bit with me. If it was something grievous, if it's a dear way, dear. Not this. This really, for me, doesn't meet the threshold. Well, with the greatest of respect,
biggest problem,
it doesn't meet the threshold.
The biggest problem this exposes us to is a reasonable percentage of young hands from where I sit who don't have experience in terms of managing situations in this country and certain sensitive positions. And yet a bit risky and dangerous. You can't run away from that fact. That in political appointment, it's not just a matter of we need certain
experience,
of course,
competences,
of course. But a certain kind of experience and politically. Otina AKT Hamon Munasi, Otina other people Munasi, one disciplinarian, former road minister, Amakwata Debiameka. You don't have to just bam. And that's how we are doing to ourselves now. Straight from university, bam. No, what it's one. Now, who we are. Me, my age, 27 years. Me. I'm being even questioned why I drive a Lexus. 50-year-old man. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? I'm in more hospital and I'm more military and I'm more politics. 27 good years. I can't afford a Lexus. Or you think that we come to sit here and by the grace of God, because I engage service. No, that's all that we sit here to do. Say what me point. I say, too much.
And we so one thing. We've always said this thing. Politics here, a dirty game, a treacherous game, and all of that.
We have fed our minds with that.
But the truth of the matter, is in the last few days, when you see the kind of people are afraid, say I'm like, really? The same party.
So there are platforms that
actually, the same party. The same party.
So remember the person Sami Jemfiso.
Wow.
Sami Jemfiti I speak to you as a brother. Today
as a younger brother.
As a brother. Tomorrow Asempa maybe I will not speak to you as a brother. Mesro, I am sure you have learned the best of lessons from this act of omission or display. Where they crucify him, no? 12 apostles no man free by you. Crucify him, no? Uncle free baby, I must say, apostles Makumaku edun no. And no free by crucify him. So your crucifixion process, no?
Yes.
You should come out as a refined politician. Because you engage 20 people, I'll tell you 18 of the people now engage on Sami Jemfi. Ebin kasa with akoma. Wa hwe say enye we na nyame de so ne hwe kwa na ebe boa no kwan bebre so a. Yesi onipa onti wachi asem. Senka wonnam ana oti wachi asem a na ka wodon sa egoti. Ti medie meka kire no. Meka kire young executives no manya appointments.
Young appointees
no. Say when you were in a position. It said the churo konkra kana na me ya akwada no.
Yeah, na me dwen say
akwada. Menyini die. Meye ama meni ya I say me penyimu.
Yes.
Obanyansafo
ye bu ne be ye nka nasem. And as a follow up no to the young appointees once again, this one should tell you say the temptations, the tests and everything a wo manim no edoso. And you should rise above board. You should rise above board. I've said and I would maintain say what Sami Jemfi we saw on video say why and for me doesn't meet the threshold to dismiss an appointee. It doesn't meet the threshold for me, in all honesty. I mean, at worst, a reprimand, forfeiture of salary, a suspension at worst, but dismissal, no. And somebody might have a different opinion, but I think we should be fair. We should be fair. If we maintain this to be the threshold, then no politician will survive in this country. Because politicians, and we interview a lot of politicians, when they leave the studio, Ghana from all walks of life, bebre, and we can name politicians, MPP and DC, na Ghana for Gwenim Habibre, Omunina one thing, Omobejiska, one request or the other, and politicians are Bahano, and your monster show Mubotomoka Muyiska at the Manko for Wenima. And that's what I'm saying, sir. If we reduce the threshold, like the same argument we made in the case of the Chief Justice, then every politician would suffer. Until let's maintain the threshold and fix the threshold well. And yes, every politician will be an endangered species. You know, for me, it doesn't meet it. Say, Yempam, the young man. And let's face it. I mean, you may have your disagreements with him. But for a 35-year-old to have been entrusted with this big responsibility of setting up a whole gold board in record time, which he's done. I mean, any major agitations from stakeholders in the space and all of that. I don't think there will be many people like him in the NDC at that age. I bet the kind of job a young man in the last 3-4 months. He may not be perfect. I mean, you go to PMMC Gold Board, there would be issues here and there. But I think generally, he's done a really good job. And that's why I maintain, say, this cannot meet the threshold for him to be fired. I honestly don't think so. But a lesson, a reprimand will do, and then he would pick the right lessons, not only him, for all the other young appointees, from Erike J to Eduji Tamaklo to Basentale to Asafwe J to all the other young appointees. Pick lessons from this. And no, so say, you have to be careful, have all your eyes widely open. Because again, the people you think might not be your opponent in the opposition political party. They may be people in your own political party. Inti Asheye here. Sometimes say, the people may not see anything wrong with Sami Jemfi and his donation, but he who calls for equity must come with clean hands. How much was in his vehicle for him to have doled out 10,000? But how do you know, say, he doled out 10,000? And how much is at his home? If we say someone had $1 million in their home, have we put the two scenarios together? There are more questions than answers. That's from Sam Pine and Odiwe Abba. Yes, into Mekwa Homaneso na Medin Komo, Reverend Charles Owusu. Say nkomo aye di no owo bibi kakra no spese ode epe so nti me yentie no na afa yento asosofo akwa ba Ekosiise so ni
eda mejoso
na wapo mu yede
nyameti ase the otisro obinti ne so no
okay
na that moment ade pa chi de kwa na ebe koso akoye nim
very well matise yen komo yi
Zaba issue no. Yes, actually, me really go pass where you back on in your back. But we train with back say train back say no. I am no master. You didn't know am I issue we with my carbon I think that I'm see a two on Gateke. No way at them. Obi.
Asempa.
Not that we call you Tiana. You didn't be before about baby a woman, young woman. I won't feel about a woman. So watch $1,000 so watch $2,000 so at the event at the end I see that I my so quality. What is this? Yes, he's a young man who and here they are from so be better Abba. That's what kind of from so many share be a free move. Say beya so china go sika mpo na so beya public officer. Officer mo bibia enye bibia nipa nyina ne yede ebehu no. First of all, it's a major thing they come na question so say o che obi sika nti entwa no e fa meto abonte ana. Obi ye don we am go be nti sika. Obi timi ko na so ko party office. Adan o si o phones a moto nyina me matuaka. Phones a moto I contesting constituency, police stations, regional executives, what's in me training Naka.
Asempa FM.
I catch you because I'm from a Kunyantuana. And I need to call you. Obi catch me. In MPP's office, MPP. And I know how we're running on elections. Everyone can go to from Suga. That's the community. And I want to say, what's the other one?
Yeah, but say we share issues or Bonsu a raising na.
Any issue?
The so for ya, but issues no more raising na. The fact say Bank of Ghana ewomra say Ghana hano ye currency illegal tender cedis. Enti wuntimi enche obisika especially say politician ewo dollar money sa anema no.
Oh, obi. If you are young, cannot crew. Now, I have me no. I go for the Domaso or more cancer. Only the change is some agency.
Asempa FM.
That's that because they didn't have anything. I bet one thing I can want them. Maybe I am on your 70. Now I'm on your summer. It's some young people who visit you. The band empty before free abemo. I want to be more feeling on what the cameras in the show. Na 10,000 notes o show ya wu de na ekoso ana enti sabi jamfi ayi ase na owo nya the office o ayi ase ena obi ehuru na wasere ni bibi at that time na ye kasana na bia na oni Ghana currency den e wo no ho. Is it wrong? And it's young as of foreign currency or one. Come on, it's just Amrana.
Darby.
But you're not on the tardy.
No, the who video limited Darby.
Now I tardy a Utiaka.
Darby.
Oko ye hotels a Hodwa. Oko Sikano my display for the rooms, no? On services, no? Yen display in Ghana City in dollars. So one year, I won't call all the big hotels, no dollar diminution. Your display. So you pay equivalent, $1 would be equivalent to the dollar now. A month here. Mama brand here, some medium fina sumo and jono. Now, all should be free and from Sona Abanimusa Wakano. Meno Yadin. Now, a man here comes to see be free. Now, you before, yeah, say you kasakasa na aba ni atendidi here and there ni enkola di mpanimfo atem na ekoba up and down na asa ye ho Ghana for to won esi so no ena nyame eye omadom se bon chance na eye omadoma bibi akwa pie na omo pe bibi e den aka bibi ani I'm telling you me catch your mampani John Dramani Mahama says who did that study so e pama branch ni fi wa be ma me o be me nwa o mampani na me do we also because he has not committed any crime or committed crime here. So obviously say we committed crime, they should go to court. Obviously say we committed crime here, they should go to church. They should take him to Yoko. OSB or Uncle. Now OSB banner say I intermediate physical or chair and who be I. Charge city can I use on cut and Uncle about in Chomoka.
Yes, intuition MPP for press conference now. Omo nanabi busa sa question ni say yentua omo kind the last form and onya says can free him
o ma bem no nidi o ma bem mu entua ne kan na onidi kami danfi o ma bem mu am yentua ne kan na onidi anya nya na pipi fo na be bisa say yem bisa sami danfi sika onya ya odisi ni dai
Asempa FM
anya nya na pipi fo ya ti sami danfi ma bem mu no mpacho na onidi sana odidi dia oya faso na odidi no otuma nya sa kwa na so ide enya ska wobotom ani bo ya kana sami sebi mo fancha mi ahobrase mu oya lawyer ani bo ya kana sami sebi mo fancha mi ahobrase mu oya party pani ansana ya be mana basbody e edina baba to gold board na den ano enti wonya obi a sebi o sebi ahobrase mu ne ni diebo ne ni diemu onya obi a oni hwe I beka so bia kwafi ampa bibia ni botom na onamti wakonya bibidia ada so wafa na sase de ana wakoko wia na ode ma no him yenyim ya wo koyi mu bia ni bia edi se wakoko sika unfortunately for Sami me ya sure say na onim se obi kura camera ye twana e bia nka desi nka nsi anyama esiti o monte so bebre nya bi ni o I wish that all the scandals in their term of office, no, and they were able to deal with it. And then some of the people by. And then you want comfort your TV so defend it a Dubai. I would defend it a Dubai already, so I won't know. And then the attorney general cut the young career because the seminar they to about 10 years that they were crucifying the crowd. We are talking about millions of cities and dollars and other things. I can't want them. I don't know before your press conference. I do my own. I don't want your press conference. Even though you need not them, they will not. But I don't want your press conference. They are going to my press conference because also a public officer. And now
yes.
I don't know your press conference or no. Now, some of them say $1,000 so. Say $800 will be intimate. You don't want to be much. And Kofu, I would want 7 yeah, Cassa, 1,000. If you say 2,000, it will be 3,000. And I mean, this I said, you know, Moka answer me. On the 12 young couple on him. Says, I can't walk up me. On to be
Asempa FM.
Because, yeah, she and one who are young. And I'm there. I'm catch over the so. And at the end of the year, so ye didn't be Simon so. And I hear cynical so. Me, Obi, every minute, some people see me, and begin to scan over that Canadian and farm me.
Yes.
I don't just say for one farm, I know the member will be some money me because I did say we a nipano the few of Kumum and Adima will be. And this was all chairman, I dear. The mamma beside baby. Yeah, because I can't say, "Can you, mamma?" And I'm for first line. No, I can't be mad. They're tossing you. They're tossing me inside. They're tossing line. They're tossing me. And I just really after a month for you or $2 course. And $1 maybe good from them for air from Quadia. Can be me no by your day say, "Hey, Abanti." Now I don't see can trouble on the fee. And now go find one and wait me up to see the good one this week. But when the controversy is so many. Video na yen ya say bi no nipo ba ko pe and we use can be mama ya go for $40 go mu fie okoyi mu I want to court. I want to bank. Also want to be money. We know.
Asempa
a lot of people in Goma Sanimana actually. And the branches some them, woman didn't know. Now the many before you didn't say. Thank a gold board honor. That as a shiny poebi air coso. And as you should move your better bontain and Kayan before Cafe. A branch where Jumama buying, or yet Mamma, or yet Mamma or mine. No more dear old Dino. Yes, she can send me after and one small for an insanity in why yes. And you Ghana for now, Momona Yankee said that you can walk. Obi, coming in before by your dream 100%. Because I am my Japadi and Wafadia in a wee. Number 2, I'm to say, me I buy a doing now you tell me cash this, not something if I'm not cost $1. Now $1, not in Botoma, Ghana, I'm not here. So, will be the chance, I'm in physical. Not say 1,000, or 2,000, or 20,000, or 5,000, no, this is only there. I'm first in Cherbotum, but that's the $1, Ghana, I'm here. Because minimum will be there. You tell a couple of me, the country are waging or the $1, the copy fee, meaning Bako. Not then you say, $1, because the depreciation of a currency, dollar non said is still heading a year. And you tell the Caribbean, we can carry at $100, no, they're talk. I don't know what they had a save for that BB bar or the other, or the other. Then some over the years, I was a communication officer. That was NDC. How many years were I a communication officer? Obi?
Yeah.
How many years?
More than 4 years.
More than 4 years. So I didn't say that Mama was on me fighting penny for LNP. That's the kind of development to win in Pama. No one can quench when I never hear my room and yes, pettiness now. Be back. I said, will be one summer bench, young town. Yankobo say, MPP party, yeah, they over 2028. See, pump some fear. I don't trust MPP for being 2028. I'm telling you. If you want to be here, a moment they say, fear now, a honor yatino. A jatomuna esino. On the fence you do, Jano, at 10 Yama, Akasat, Mantan, Mabawa, among the Indian Boo, I'm penny for, no matter to my party, you know, mobile Maduma. Or that your mind gonna have some Baukas or more party, no, at Tia Pansama, and the ministers of Mono Bay dreams. Only I don't get no in America. Imagine it's almost much money. Okay. Very well. What I'm saying is that our branch is a medium fee. Tame baby, we am a child. Who compared the dinner. Be no bit messy, or be entering your focal. The old one out the Amma, or my be until baby, or my penny Mahaman and this before. Samusim about the social media, and Yamuka who said, I didn't know what I better check in with the born young worker at the market. Said almost a medium fee, only in a dear. I'm telling you, Obi, I said, yeah, Baba show be a dear Oji, Natalia was shedding, Bob was shedding, if you are what. The car or Timo, the public car, the other will be a maybe I shall be a catchy as I say, Ampa, a catchy would you or Melwin. And who your man, oh, that test will be with my party or my woman. Both you can say past and present will be entering parties are test with that. And I'll be any amendments to Shiaba, any unknown feeling mountain, and what is scale will be a but I want to do. We now be done now, they are small for Flania, they are common, and will be a quail. He said, who was some man be a over me feeling as a one fighting button, quite a sample put for my meeting from Adia. This of a new but someone tighter, moving a sample. So for you be on the one, now they are two for my back. What do you never sorry? Why? Make a number sorry, baby, I make it. I sent baby, I miss off for me, offering baby, I'm a PBR. And to me, yes, I will not some medium or your Juma. Sammy? You were doing on my Ghana Kawachi, and I know 4 months in 5 months in over $2 billion. Now, Jumana Oyen, over $2 billion. About my Ghana, no can say dollar, but 13 cities. No, I do a 17 cities. And no crisis about 12. Maybe one by the 5. Come will be the 5 and over 24. Misami, boy, you want to know what it means from.
So for
Yatamuchi, Yatamapeni Mahamachi, Yatamabinachi, be on baby of a friend. But Mamma will be on the sort of attention. I never went out to be a take a national discussion. Yes, Samija. What is this? Yamisha.
So for me that say in the software Charles Owusu and ono so na dwenkyere ba ye nkomo a ye di mo enti would wrap up and then ye be dane ye ho aba ye ba ye ne abedwafo ne be di nkomo ba. As I've said, I mean, I would summarize and say yes, the Ghanaian people are share with more reaction to this issue, no, both within the NDC, both outside the NDC, in the NPP, outside the NPP. Ghanaians are more apolitical actually. Say, be ebe hete on sensibilities na nya de a omo be foaso. That point, and I think that message has been clearly sent to every appointee. But I insist, say, we should not lower the threshold. We shouldn't. I mean, say, politician at Sky, it's been recorded. Yeah, they are to social media. In the Pakredi. No. I think that would be too much lowering the threshold. We should I was saying Nipane BB, I mean not this. At least a reprimand, query no. I responded to query, a reprimand be would do. And I think that we are questioning quantity enough for him and any other appointee to learn a lesson, but to sack him to Charlie, no. I don't think this meets the threshold at all. And among so more parties more, my ohinta duetri. Unia hochri na no weni age. Uni no the same party. Na mu sojagum, Monhwe sa anyomani enya de papa. It is not good. Stop. It is not. Yenkotie we mra ye ba. Mo messages be bre aba. Mekan ni na ma 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Make us say me who say incoming national youth organizer for the NPP. The honorable Kwame Poku CID ewa ha. And abedwafo aka ne nso aye krado. Ye bedi nkomo after this short break. Stay with us.
I go back mobile to make me say, I go back mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. You gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple.
The Ekosiisen mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan MP, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. Live 5-star life with Ecobank. Get marvelous.
Intimi kwami bampo penyi market ya enye insupa na yesta ibisano antonswa bobu. Esan say me packet ye miensape me ni thank you emo bifo bia dum me wabombo say me nkope tank into na din tank na meta me high Syntax tank bien na echepa Syntax tank benzo de kita warranty bebre Syntax tank no free so my favorite color no tank ben beti na yama me Syntax tank obia say Syntax tank case close Tribel tank shedi atro and SINTEX Syntax tank ana and you never be Syntax tank and you strong and you tough
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for washing machines, Asian women, CCTV cameras, any dog clear. Abi, you know that. Saba mobile phones, these are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see now. Franco, in Albania, the papa, ne water phone say, Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, SSO tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and king in a mahoden cry. Franco, Kwabata be a benwo, name of head office, a wada braka, one Roxy Cinema, Nedian, friend 0246 422 338, in a 055 5939 311. Franco, electrical appliances, papa, if he. UEFA Champions League final 1B. So that Asempa from UCF Sunday no bigger. Nanidine and one so I am Sunday. On the 31st May 2025. I mean that's the Tama Community Night. Havana Pub and Restaurant. Hona Yabumacha UEFA Champions League final live. I will chance Chris on time managing the 4th Champions League. I'm a PSG for the first time. Senior the last killer. Asempa from UCF Sunday what Havana. And some match in the top of the one. Yeah, but performances near good year with 5-a-side soccer, arm wrestling, flip the bottle, basketball hoops, Satara, you're making me. So just see from the entire Tiafana Tama Community Night Saturday 31st May. Awesome perfect. I don't from here to TV presenters. The dignitaries will play now. You're buying your radio TV programs are who told Tiafana live. I Asempa from UCF Sunday. Inter Milan versus Paris Saint-Germain. Live commentary to make from Asempa FM. So we're quite a soccer bet. Your best bet for sports betting. TCL. Inspire Greatness. DSTV. Feel every moment. Compu Ghana. Passion for technology. Saga Fire Pretest. And have a
You just got added to the GoTV Best Football Friends chat group. Let's go! Final. It's finals time and all the biggest players are in it to win it. Catch every Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Champions League, FA Cup, Europa League, Conference League. To cut the long voice note short, you know who'll be there for you when you need to watch the finals. Stay connected to catch all the biggest football finals with your best football friend, GoTV. Love it.
Fate has a way of rewriting lives. The life of a pickpocket takes a new turn after a car crash. Watch House of Crew, a brand new drama series where loyalty is a lie and revenge is the only truth. House of Crew, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Me say, Echo Bank mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple.
Life is easy with the Ekosiise mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening.
goods are person de ko baby. In your street here, Felisco San Ghana, e wo homa. Say ye import, export, trading, clearing, and forwarding. Nina ye be yama kama. Nina transporter e don yama be contented. Say benwo, say wichiru, say Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Burkina Faso. Udi ye kan be bia opese udi ko bia na ye be yama kama. Na be bia okago be du bia so. Wo wit me track e. E ye safe, na ye intentem so. Ne be dream te mama. Felisco San, e dia GDA e wom. Say wo business be ko enim. Enwane ye shama. Felisco San Ghana. We save your cargo, we save your life. Kujecha Kwan Ewetima Community 8. If we procure house, you bring Vienna City Hotel and our frame 024-823-8541 and our 026-212-9553.
You just got added to the GoTV Best Football Friends chat group. Let's go! It's finals time and all the biggest players in it to win it. Catch every Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Champions League, FA Cup, Europa League, Conference League. To cut the long voice note short, you know who'll be there for you when you need to watch the finals. Stay connected to catch all the biggest football finals with your best football friend, GoTV. Love it.
Asempa 94.7 FM. Jibumwa, Kinambedia, Ebola filling stations at Dauma. Say ultimate sport show. Sante Kawasita 105.9 FM. Takuradi. Say fire for fire and soa. Our Chiwa 102.7 FM. Fire Pantanas 105.9 FM. Takuradi. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 85.7. Salaga Storm 101.9 FM. Sunyane Adidaso FM 101.5. Japeko Riasi 95.7 FM. Winchi Royal FM 104.7. Winchi Cruise FM 96.9. Akumada Time 105.3 FM. Offenso Adansia 98.9. Asante Achimagogo Bankam Radio 95.1. Jukwa Afima Radio 103.3. Koforidia Asida 105.9 FM Takurate Ochami 99.7 FM BBA 9JFM 90.3 Edra Today's Radio 101.7 Edra Kesmi Radio Tamale Uko FM Tepa Fosu FM Asin Fosu and IBMO FM Tikobo #1
Asempa FM 94.7. All talk, all day.
Attention Ghana, the Green Revolution is here from 11th to 13th of June 2025. The Accra International Conference Center comes alive with the Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025, the nation's premier showcase of fruits, vegetables, technology, and export opportunity. Organized by the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters in collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and proudly supported by Ghana Exim Bank, Fidelity Bank, Gesa, Agro City, Agro Monte, and GIZ, with Joy Business as the official media partner. This is your gateway to innovation, trade, and partnerships. And the highlight, the keynote address will be delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Book your exhibition stand or register now on www.ghanahortiexpo.com or you can contact 0243-345-7783 or 053-522-4555. Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025. Growing Ghana, exporting excellence.
Faith has a way of rewriting lives. The life of a pickpocket takes a new turn after a car crash. Watch House of Crew, a brand new drama series where loyalty is a lie and revenge is the only truth. House of Crew, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Oh, good so person de ko baby. In your street here, Felisco San Ghana, e wo homa. Say ye import, export, trading, clearing, and forwarding. Nina ye be yama kama. Nina transporter e don yama be contented. Say benwo, say wichiru, say Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Burkina Faso. Udi ye kan be bia opese udi ko bia na ye be yama kama. Na be bia okago be du bia so. Wo wit me track e. E ye safe, na ye intentem so. Ne be dream te mama. Felisco San, e dia GDA e wom. Say wo business be ko enim. Enwane ye shama. Felisco San Ghana. We save your cargo, we save your life. Kujecha Kwan Ewetima Community 8. If we procure house, you bring Vienna City Hotel and our frame 024-823-8541 and at 026-212-9553.
Fate has a way of rewriting lives. The life of a pickpocket takes a new turn after a car crash. Watch House of Crew, a brand new drama series where loyalty is a lie and revenge is the only truth. House of Crew, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Attention Ghana, the Green Revolution is here from 11th to 13th of June 2025. The Accra International Conference Center comes alive with the Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025, the nation's premier showcase of fruits, vegetables, technology, and export opportunity. Organized by the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters in collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and proudly supported by Ghana Exim Bank, Fidelity Bank, Yesal, Agro City, Agro Monte, and GIZ, with Joy Business as the official media partner. This is your gateway to innovation, trade, and partnerships. And the highlight, the keynote address will be delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Book your exhibition stand or register now on www.ghanahotelexpo.com or you can contact 0243-345-7783 or 053-522-4555. Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025. Growing Ghana, exporting excellence.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So Ekosiisen Dwumadi no asugu so a utie na dofo no me na mo ase na yema mu nyina akwaba o share o time na in 7 more minutes it will be 5 p.m. Bansem bi ekoso we wutu senya east municipal eno asan so ye constituency mayenko ena mo be kaya yi nkomo efri ho na inwura na egu kaswa overhead na ase ese wani ense wo katre MC ne ba me ni di nkomo ema o kan se challenge o mo face so mo kopra 5 minutes acha 10 minutes so be ko na nwura ase age ho nyina afa bio na any our reporter there is telling us say the situation seems says an overwhelming assembly no Kofi Eje ewa homanzo Kofi ete saying
obi mejoso
na kasua overhead yasin wura no sisi apa ete saying na ye ne dan
obi minim je sisi awo se agaba ko ne se sabi o se kromu ano sabi o yemprane ekro na etetere no FM enti sabi o na naro na tonta ase enti ne ebi nkwa na naro bi ga ti to wa to ga ta nyina aka ho enti ba kasua kromu se ya meti aka se sasu nyina no aya residential area na sa ba 40 kilo tete ye ni ba bi akra ebi a obeto bola e bi egua na se dumping site bi a na obaka asua central business district na ayo overhead na se e de ko ginya no kwan so otubegu kwan so obomu kwan so ya de adin nya no obi ba bi enu a obenya se bi a wo de dumping we refuse apokra si wonu na ka se e bi mpa obi ya bola apotogu eti di amount money ya se obia ade lo kwan no any overhead na se any payment e ni pa enante so ana bia dane resident nti obia sorry a o se bola lord ya bego se twa o se bola lord ya bego se twa and ade ba ko je kaswa no se market ni mienu o do ma bani ku for time no ana nkɔfoɔ so yɛ sɛ two old market for na ɛwɔ hɔ no na nka ɔdɔm nya akɔ new market na so wɔn sɛ Ghana abatoɔ no ade ade nti yɛtu ɔbɛdu baabi no ɔmo de amanyɔsɛm enti ankwasi aga enti hɔ new market na ɛbɛtumi aka sɛ market days ankasa no ɛyɛ Tuesdays and Fridays apart from that no market day no na ɔbɛkɔ na ɛda ne nyina nti hɔ a obia indiga omuti kwa kakra na enti still am amonfo na old market ɔmo so yɛ bɔɔla no ɔmo de abegu overhead no ho ɔmo new market nso a pavement no so enti sɛ bɔɔla nnɛ ɔkyena adeɛ bɛkye no na sa ɛtwɔn ɛdan no yɛ a ɔmo kyerɛ sɛ ɔmo asesɛ obi bɛhɛ afrika de asara gye ntamu koraa a no pɛ videos a mekɔtwaeɛ a mede ama twum kɛsɛ ɛdeɛ pavement no ɛkyɛ sɛ ɛmanfoɔ nam te so ne nyinaa adane bɔɔla
video no yɛ show nti ɔmo a ɛtie yɛn no sɛ wopɛ sɛ wohu a woba YouTube live stream na wobɛhu video a Kofi Agye de Sunday yɛn na sɛ wohu saa video yi na sɛ ama wo werɛ anho a minima de bɛma awere aho bie we ye Ghana for mu abo mu tiri mu pose ma ye nwura wo me shop mu ma ye nwura wo fie na matama firi fie e de aba amen how e kwan ni mfimfin o ka kwan mfimfin e wo kasoa krom kromo ne ye de abegu ne wase asan na chi anante akofie e de wo fie aye clean o dem aye clean na abontin nwura owia oduru fia no asesa na egu center table so sese ya Ghana ayefi your friend say Kofi Agye in is here no assembly ne nso sesen si aburo omo so ana
ti sia de metumi aka say aburo assembly no so enti adani ana enti ona no say one statement on my stakeholder engagement no what be share na no info and then job for kaso nya na be obi anfa na gemra because they say be doing there I did a committee meeting now obi ad na gemba ni okwa fa so a obetimi ya tisa bola but obi me expert there but the problem is that say the kaso na me di kan atase bia ni wa odi that be besi the only solution is say ebi on benya company bia on betimi ma household bia e dia dustbin na ko ma kwasisa no magisika because that's the only solution. And yes, sir, now because you just say yeah, and you say yeah, because for the past 12 years, we are was the same thing. And no, and Ghana was the Basia, no, the Amayasem, and this is for the Amayasem, and we was the Abba, and they say no, I said the go crown is there. What the Ghana said, the idea about the politics you won't not say. It's the only option is there. Open me too.
Yeah, me for so say na asay but na me busan so say wo hwe nwura na ha wo ma parking no na say we dey as shops na wo ho na no mo ye nwura idi bego ana
obi shops one account two o the casual no only market center na e chire ni na stores we nyina tiri nyina yefie e dey no dey fie ni so only ball a chance ya o de ball agu no onu so ye ball na o mo fertilizer bottom e to mo ye ball agu fertilizer bottom no mu a na alajo no watema beto anumle no watema beguo esi ade beche no na akwano na asa ayema ana bebe na so ka so nso sabe obi ayi gbazi bebe na so sabe omaya yi for o woni ready for kwala e bebe na so ajo gidi ball pass ni kwa o twinji ball an kwa to ogu o di ball na no da begu ko ba na so
me ba o enti usi kasoa ho no omuni dumping site bia container bi si won betimi di nwura na call we bi ni ho
dabi central business district one there dabi ebia ni wa betimi nya that's the even new market kwano market one so the same thing as you want more dumping site ho na look at still no na say ebiano do so ntini omo ye nwura na me look at we pie one ene market day o chala ba be he nwura de
oh
ene market day
na say na say immediately assembly ninya baby omode container bi be si amanfo di nwura ni begum na car ba
ana wo say obi ade ba present the contracting na so e was zoom line ntem enti omu training we say omu na bia wa ba sabola onto say ebia assembly no find other alternatives aka zoom line ho na bia aboa electricity mu no enya dia ebeti because recently say go more assembly new this year by drip machine ya be before the buy I don't know no what to for lagu a bola bia na so babu dumbura mo and also so I say edan and the dead machine no ko sa ball no and only ko to win so mo that president no I want to senya west we dey ko senya breku no na that president we do mo sa ball na all of the ko but kaswa tell na gata de omuni down president and omuni be bi krampo a ode because as I say me take say we no kra be ba ko pe sebu ama toni nyina nti be bia kra even lori stage kra no unya be uyi me stage ni ala stage na omo lo duba utu breku ani budumga me lo do no kwa no etisa ti hono se buzi da stage edu na stage na wona lo kwa no no ehwa omo ye bola na ehwa unya make boy oba no apremu wapaka no de bua edu ba stage won dia utu breku budumga ani ke ko start at stage wa me no ka se hoso ke mechanism na ya ma bola
and the Kaswa and Nason Beshe.
Because Kaswa, a major challenge, we carry on the Frua, another major challenge, by a baller. They say, and then Friday, Odo Chama, they buy and no idea, and no idea when I shall not talk about the Abba, Monday will be the and then Tuesday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, a ball at the blow. Tell the messenger ball blow. And you would deliver Tuesday, not yet Wednesday, and you go. I didn't say Kaswa the other day. You know, I didn't say, I'm here 24 hours, president care 24 hours service, 24 hour economy. I said Kaswa ball at the end 24 hours. Yes, it's a corner. Just a big corner, Biba. Yan Sadia, Kaswa, the engineer wasn't and say, Cora teaching was late last year.
A fino. But away from where you have to say the MDs in where we to say East, no, as executives, many or more MP, no, you say, enquire cry.
Obi, make like I say, eject them. So you see where they get them in the area, make like I say, eject them because MDC party now want to say now West Ano. Eject them to. They say, Oba Constituency in MP. Any police now call you, any police where the 5 years my on one side, woman organizer, constituency chairman, coalition secretary, and communication officers, any organizer thing now on one side.
Na no na yedena na nsanya na nsem we piepie.
Obi proud election after 2020 election no, na me what kakra e ba party ni. And the national program Mustafa Bande we na buy. Ebe here so bet we solve a problem ti say bola so jana say we na ntia na. Engineer ni na wo ba so na ase na say eti e ba sa no mutu aba no we mutimi wi ni we no. And allegations no nyama ko say press conference and this amoni ko na executives na here press conference no. So the kaka executives no me organizer secretary or secretary organizer communication director and branch executives ni na branch communication officer ni na nipa bet you can say man who executive man who no deputy secretary ni on MC and I've never got the organizer I want to make an executive man who press conference but all can be who now na I want to say what can say allegations are part making it if you say you two about we no and I say any zaman you go no ade we be about what you say constituency dia na say district dia na assembly dia no party communication officers no omo creative nadmo no ono na be indirect appointment direct appointment say omo na be communication communication officers omo na be PR for adiama nadmo ejeba be dia kaba utu na east municipality and this amonu ko communication director wala communication officer wa ha no ono na be obonya sa appointment na ko no PR adiama nadmo it is a communication officer in the war. Now, I'm the deputy as direct from presidency. But almost as a person by now, which is the West Adam here, which is the East Adam here. I'm communication officer, the so on the job, look at an appointment and the corporate affairs manager, Gapoa, and you are free. It's not automatically, I answer on this appointment, the deputy, which is Kobe Wilson. Appointment. But like I said, because of that could be also in the executive meeting, I don't know support to chairman. Chairman for soldier, and said, over first, make like I saw what to say, I was as a statistics not said. And it's not going to but chairman of the big chairman for soldier.
Okay.
Now, on no buy, and I also want to call it, and to buy, and I said you can cancel one in them. It will use that influence or state development, or use that influence, that's not convincing majority because from 2012, 2016, 2020, 2024, that is the one you have to say, and this is when you go, and you have to every because Asia 2012, our committee, any other Zoom and a contest here. Honorable Zakuzi, and 31,054. And other Zoom, 26,884. 2016, our committee, 34,856. Other Zoom, 24,370. 2012, 2016, other Zoom, most extra, but our committee, also. 2020, honorable Zakuzi, 57,114. Now, and that's one for your FM. And no more just honorable allegation, woman, now, on good party card, but almost missing. I don't want to but on by any Zamon, homogeneous. As 2020 election, I was in 57,114, and now for 51,556. That time, not time of the surgery, ordinary chairman. I don't know, I don't know, chairman out of 2020. And the other teacher, the other party, and the party of Boa, Jamagare, and who was a guy, and who pay a guy. Then my party, the legacy now was there, Papa and sponsor party, no more, I don't know about Bondian. But 2024 election, I know more, I like to say, I don't know for a buy allegation, only you could, and I beg you to have the party was in Tamar to say, look at it. Almost like me. Chairman in California after a election. If you appointment to be a ballot, party like this, like this, appointment to be national ballot. Or much at the amount of now for an Indian nominee to Alpha 4. Appointment that. I say, I didn't want the executive. Who will finish now call your company automatically, when you have the party, as I know, it's appointment to be a ballot. It's 2024 election, honorable Zakuzi votes to say, and you have 6,000, just 130, and of now for 50,886. Short asset. If you don't know what you say, I'm going to be a badia. I had and a name. I'm going to you put about Hajaki, the whole back as well. You were MP, deputy MP, and I will put. That is party with the Momoka. It's in the press conference that I'm here, I'm yes, so let's go executive arm. Now, I'm going to put your man to Philip now for your four. It's not the castle, I'm going to be any. I don't want to buy. But I'm going to castle on my dinner party and unit power. It's a point near the movie, not outside to next them. Yeah, because go be worse than that about can get. Automatic appointment to buy on power. I will be friends. Come now when you have more appointments, job and not a PR, I will say, you know, to me. You just now I'm feeling to add the obedient for what you want. Or you are way. And jump out of the Nikan also. No, the Dino after national. I'm a process here. If you woman says that appointment with me about when the get is what. If you want to make appointment, our assembly, if you are not, if you are appointment, why you need that doing Yano? I was at the Yano. Dodge and allegation on any to at the appointment with etiquette and man a bush at war. A John said, Simply from Amudia, and you be basic Mate. May I not say, be near Besamba Bedinko Mobile? Why? Yeah, that's a pa, Kofia Jane, a training canon, or a reporter, Ewutu Senya East, Ewutu Senya West, and that whole enclave, no, on the air or report. My very hard-working young reporter, Kofi J, and Motin and Kano. Abejafono Atnase, I have a full house. Medical there too many say incoming national youth organizer for the NPP, the Honorable Kwame Poku CID. Wabe cancer, studio ha. And personal project. Mustafa there. Do you see your penesa? I don't know so I brought 40. Oh, Omo de who di 40.
Oh yeah, the seven goes pa. Asikan you kwa. Ko be oba hwan de. Asikan you ku. Ah.
We guess never to a man. David.
New parliament. Mr. Speaker,
the Ekoso Ewo Honono. Okay, inti Ablekumanov. Na MC confirmation na ewo se ebaso. By a tese tension ewo ho no ese wani ensa wo katre. Ablekumanov no MP no. E ho no mu ni MP no.
O na say yentimi confirm MC.
I don't know mu confirm MC.
Ah na wuni MP. Obeda wuni ma shebedwani. You don't have a representation in parliament. You better confirm me.
Does that mean you can't have it?
It doesn't mean you cannot have it.
No, I think
because the MP is supposed to be an ex-official member of the assembly.
Yes.
He
doesn't play any role in this in the confirmation scheme of things.
He's an ex-official member. He's supposed to be.
We are told, say, President nominee, you know,
they voted.
Sir, Ama, the regional minister and her team are insisting, say, omunye second round voting immediately.
Oh,
which is against the law, which allows at least 10 days interval.
No, it depends on the unyaye.
Intermeba. In the yes, 11, no, you 10. In the clearly, no. Omuntimi sign to second round end. Because no, you 10. The answer kwana swaye. Ain't it?
Almost I could be a cry. You can't remove. He said, no, about the 18.
I was a president, son of cry. Tension at Ablekumanov, giddy cry. We are hearing, say,
other century,
yeah, Muntimi
confirm the quiet. Bonsu ya confirm problem is it.
But Matisa Ablekumanov there, all the assembly members now have been locked inside. Some you are locked here. Some say month 2 years then you munch them.
Was a lock you.
What's some dream we are?
Force imprisonment.
Oh, Tobo Mamin can report. Assembly members have been locked inside.
Force imprisonment. 150.
For their own safety.
I can't say. Communist tactics.
If you are for their own safety, there is chaos and tension. The one has a tension.
Because some numbers now. Yes, you're 11. No, you're 10.
For your own safety.
If you can see, sir, the assembly itself may split down the middle in terms of MP before the NDC.
That is the point.
It's a 10, 11. They're out in them. Aha. Yes, you're 10. No. Yes, you're 11. No, you're 10.
Once they are split along the MPP NDC lines, check you appointees in the appointees should be part.
So 21.
Yeah.
That means appointees so an appointees is just 30%.
Yes, of the total number.
Ana Obi, the entire make MP asem na enuni. Even though now make in terms of governance, now also from the legal point of view, no. I was talking in terms of proper governance.
Okay. Just a bit of information. Okay. Obi, the MPP have 8 assembly members there. So 3 NDC assembly members supported the NPP members.
No, not they elected.
It's not like they supported the MPP. They voted
against the president's
nominee.
Okay, Obi,
no issues.
Obi, I am speaking from experience. Say our district and our municipality our member of parliament or what? Say Jumawi, do on
yeah.
Underground.
Yeah. Especially when it's split along
down the middle.
Or no MP no. I'm also be respect no.
Yeah.
And especially when tension wa Ablekuma already a any member of parliament. So whoever is aligned to the MPBR this is an opportunity for them to also show you their true colors. But say MP and microphone. We need development
because of the tension between the MPs now no crime Suntino. Say MP no hokra ye the command this year. MP no ye the command MPP NDC for super fine NDC for the command
and then this MP
Zuba it's difficult. Zuba NDC appointee.
Yes.
Zuba Greater Kumasi, proper Kumasi na and oh yeah mayor NDC seat be no NDC seat be no NDC seat be MPP seat in the MPs
Asawase is in a different
yes Asawase is another municipal
so okay you mean
KM no and MPP MPs in kwa e ban say to azuba timi 98%.
So Kasako.
Proper governance. That is what happens. Me confirmation twice in now. Even NDC for and the known NDC, they all voted for me because my MP came in, spoke with them. The second one quite because I'm no Matsana. First one, first one, but then I'm no Matsana. But even so, the second one because I'm no Matsana. Even when I'm for be and I say the NDC for the woman and the teaching as a baby. Chief and Natsana. The why you no catches and they led the charge. It's MP Juma there. To me and taking it away. Say at this time, I think they need an MP, an MP figure.
But obi the information be brave. Total assembly members 21.
Okay.
Wow. Appointees 7. Elected members 21. Na me breaking it down.
Okay.
Yes, 21. In the appointees 7. Elected assembly members 14. Elected assembly members are 14.
Yes, 4 7 so.
Yes.
That is even if
it could be normally appointees in time and it's easy to whip them in line. But the elected
almost out of the elected assembly members, no, split down MPP 7, NDC 7. For the 14.
No, but it means a lot of people have issues with that.
No, the body, you know, I underground. Also, didn't come out.
The MPP for Nanko firm.
Just simple. Just. What number who say
absentee credit me?
Also, Borga, the coin with a Tangana.
See, I didn't say be absentee credit. A number present and vote. Yeah, into be see.
Hey, but Matisse Uko the MC in 100% endorsement.
Also, MP. No, also MP.
Yes, a proposal.
The MP's relationship with the people.
Yes,
I'm sure, sir. And you are no more
Munifienu.
Idea say 1 money per cry.
Yes. You see, I wouldn't say I'm told, sir, the MC nominee, no. Is the organizer for the constituency.
No issues.
Who is called Kalemu, and he is the
one leading for the MPO.
Osei.
Onusu nana lead MP in charge.
Yeah, in charge.
Any what they so bad break. But we MP.
Master how they
requires external intervention.
Obi Mako.
Mr.
Lucky said a year 10-11. And yes, anchor outright rejection.
Why you 50%?
That's why mistake.
I think there'll be external intervention.
At least some 10 days, Bimbra.
Yeah, now I'm
underground way.
Who went to MP? Now don't MC. He said nobody wants to make oh boy, no 9, no 10. No 9, no 10. Yeah, they're a bomb.
Obi, who's NDC for Ablekuma? I don't know. Members present and vote.
I don't want to know the show with you.
Just about me teaching I try will be Amrameto.
Obi, Baba, and no.
What does it mean, Carrie?
Where's there is mutual
because they were long liver blades near idea crash
and why the lucky woman information because
2 years and they are
mean 2 years
no problem in the years you will be forced to vote.
Promise me
ebi a promise nso omokoma yeso
Uko Ofuase Ayerabi
Kojo Ponkroma.
Yes, at Chemansa district.
so Honorable Linda Ahinkra unya 100%. Kojo 100% endorsement.
Makes it easy.
Yeah, yes. Let's see.
We are not in power.
Yes,
but I need to work with him.
Of course,
I'm sure the president can speak sense into
Anthony Nupeno
sorry, when there's
Tetechai?
No, Bakuno. Oh, he bears the same name as former chairman Pina with Agushi.
He is on a board, on one of the boards. Agbesinuchu. Nansaya ni Yeswell.
No, we should protect this organizer at all costs.
But you should also protect the MP at all costs.
There's no MP.
There's no MCU too. MP Suban on the IGP has written to the EC, said they should go and provide security.
Yes.
Until you don't provide it, you're 2 MPD anyway. You can't MPD anyway. You're 2 Mama.
MP never.
Mama, anyway, it's okay. 21 minutes after 5, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Into Ebeshana Yatwaso. Into Uko Achemansa district. The DC, Obi in the picture send me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, very nice looking lady. Honorable Linda Ahinkra. Yes, into when you 100% endorsement, Achemansa district. Into congratulations to you. Yes, woman 100. Okay, into Agbesinuchu board there, Ghana Water Company Limited. He is on the Ghana Water Company Limited board. Yes. Inti Agbesinuchu, good evening to you wherever you are. Go out there and make yourself proud and make
yourself available. Not only
Inti Yemra bag na for Yemra medi enkomo and I think I would leave the way to you. Any of the topics are wow person wo fa no na yetiu edi kan me mamu nyina akwaba me share that ma akwaba honorable Donko Fuseini Nanintio. Yeah, honorable Donko Fuseini. It is a friend of Bonsu JM. Yeah. Udu Bonsu be a friend of John Mahama. Wajidi papa. Is it also? Yeah. John Mahama so a man a very big position. Oh, Deputy Director General in charge of operations for National Service Authority. In charge of operations.
Now on the move, we had Facebook, not Nama. So you be sure Black Manov.
It is a fantastic. National Service Bokodi.
Oh, and then Unyaba Ruth de la Sedo.
Yes, Ruth Sedo.
And then I would dinner with that kama.
Okay.
Na dia akuntabe yen office honeno. Hey, with the midanyamia se mi refi ehu.
Oh.
Yes, I dia committee.
Obekasa unsu yebi.
Hey.
And then so code of conduct say mamu parties akese.
See, nti ye bani cameras nyina. Oh, anyway. Look a private person.
Private person. It
was so beautiful.
Very clear on the mood and form you should take
of the party.
Oh, no, it wasn't a party. It was a surprise.
That is our code of conduct. It should not be ostentatious.
How do you determine
that? Has not been determined. And you should have
that you profligate expenses in
one office.
In law, you want reasonability in law. You should be
reasonable man. It's a nebulous construct.
It is not.
It is.
It is not.
What
compandium? It is not.
Mama, me which route birthday?
No, in the free office. I think I'm already me.
And a happy birthday, Ruth said, "Happy birthday."
Yeah.
That's National Deputy Youth Organizer,
and then also the
Deputy
Director General
Finance and Administration.
On the gift your kunya so. So kunya them some reserve by Emma.
Also, hopes in there. And our hopes in there.
Debbie, they say Nana B ne Osonoba.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nana B no. Muntu tu nioma yi kama.
That's how service that I come so. Nyama transform. Obi. Na nkoko no mo metobi.
Mostly no wo ho sa dia transformation looks clear. U free wona obi take over no be hwe wo nioma ma na hu say dia mo ye wo no. Muntu tu nioma.
Say de nyame adom. Ye nkoko ayira yenye say 10,000 kra ya sha se kra ye to. Ye bonu donko mi kra. 80 series benya. Ye ton. We are selling our... No, we didn't meet some, but we've been able to take custody of some and we've been able to raise them now. We are selling
how? In 4 months, I'm with you.
Move 50 for any Is
it Ankes?
Broilers, not just a deep. Yes, they are now 2 kilograms. Yes, we are selling.
And I'm mobile in 4 months here.
Men are make a churro. Oh, yes, that's broilers. Broilers for you. Broilers, within 8 weeks, you can sell broilers.
Within they are not organic.
Now come here,
8 weeks, dear.
By 8 weeks, 4 best your friends 16 weeks per 6 weeks. Then I just want to.
That's a Friday.
No, but you see, Mastercard Foundation project normally a national service. Unfortunately for us, and Kokoni Bedri no na see the name and Crawford is omunin kukubu.
Okay.
Omuni nkukubu edin kuko no bi.
Ntomo ye den.
Ntomo de nkuko no come private people.
Okay.
Nti ye nkuko almost 300,000 beds our private poultry farmers ho.
And the people are selling them?
They are selling them.
And they are keeping them for you?
They are keeping them on our behalf. And they are selling them, claiming they are using the money to reinvest into the business. Running the circle. Yeah, buy na another circle ba na si dey bi. Yeah, be bubo ye nkuko bu ni bi. Nti yetimi abobo nkuko bu na first 10,000 na ba. You raise your my year Tom Yes, we are expanding now. We'll be able to take custody of another 100,000.
So that's how you do it. Okay.
Yes, it's not the 300,000 out and no mobile.
Once all our pens are ready, we'll take all of them back.
It is your maton
according to them, I'm reinvesting into the program.
Okay. Okay.
Obi Farms. 100,000.
They expect
over 100,000.
Yes.
Regardless, what talk we are
profit at least give us back.
My bed.
Okay. Yeah, ready. I'm going to provide the best now.
No, it's a good thing. What was it? Vincent.
Now said all can and that's all I am. We are fair DB.
Now one fair you are in day. You are on a coin.
No, he has a point. See, my private person now.
On your profit.
Advertise all private people come and be.
That is the point.
They chose people and give
it to them. So,
they are not accounting to.
But I said, no, I understand.
And that was the idea.
If you gave a private person 300,000 beds,
yes.
When your pens are ready,
yes.
No.
Record this. I said,
what about 300,000 of building pens? So the S1 administration, they are no intention.
Yes, you're building.
Yes. And I'm say, yeah, I'm 300,000 beds under the S1 administration.
Yes.
I'm to provide your 300,000.
But then the 2, 3, 4 cycles now are toning, nothing comes to us. Or tone is sound, or more brand of furu.
It is not the same,
but eventually. 300,000 beds. I want to know the quarter.
Into the autumn or the other.
Now, they walk away. So, Who depends?
No, who depends? The point is, if I gave you 300,000 beds,
yes,
you are expecting
within the period, no,
yes,
what will be an investigation business?
Yes,
maybe the NSA once my pen ready, give me my
300,000 profit.
But that's not the point.
That is the point.
No,
that was the point.
The
idea was to employ the national service workers and then make profit in the process and then establish the youth.
When Vincent was the director, Ono did this idea of farming.
The microphone is down.
Ono started this idea of farming.
Yes.
In fact, Omo produce now at the point they were supplying to school feeding program and all that.
Yes.
The idea is not just to employ the service personnel to work on the farms, but to also make money in the process.
And set them up.
They don't have any IGF.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What is here? They rely heavily on budgetary allocations. And I think these were innovative ideas. As you engage personnel also, now you generate internal revenue kakra. So my question, and I'm sure that's
what you said train your move. the poultry farms are supposed to be demonstration farm for the trainees, for the NSS. Inti oyano odru baby no hesitate ani amane capital no so set it up. Okay. That was the idea. Into a private for no that particular setup is out.
Pure business.
Yes.
I also ghost names in new until I'm sure that's why people are not interested. Very
well. Very well.
But aside that, Obi, they say we are revamping all our farms. Closing. Kumawu ya started at least Kumawu this season you perceive ya 4,000 acres there.
That's huge.
4,000 acres of what?
Maize.
Okay.
Maize. 100 acres of tomatoes and so on. And 500 acres of rice. Wow. And I so you normal we and Sassanam out of 1,000 like 200 pay. Oh. So we've taken the 200 back, we've plowed it. Minoka say you're being in a and
maize.
Maize. Don't Krum Kwanta or Nkranza side also 300 acres of maize. And Midarata General Sama Meko. Ukuja to constituency ho also so ye try say benya another 3,000 acres ho and
some farms are more the personnel living the Kogu so
yes we get personnel and then volunteers as well and it's now
more volunteer program
yes.
Cash no
and now he doesn't want just volunteers all agri graduates wolf if you nyina no ye mopo omunyina up. So all colleges of agric, any agric graduates who finish National Service is taking them on board
as employees,
as volunteers. No, for now.
Okay.
Then volunteers. Maybe you see, volunteers they should be accountable.
They are paying the same stipend.
No more. No. They are paying the same unless or ye business be a bad man commission.
But can you know? I think they were paid more than.
No, it depends. Nipa no fan or no doing privately that he can decide to pay more. So
no, I mean volunteers Namika.
The danger was in the private national service personnel. No, no private. No, that is where you can easily do the ghost name.
Okay.
Because the mainstream one in the school in the day index number ne bro. It won't mean obi generating index number.
NSPs no. Those volunteers are supposed to be involved in service when you and wants to be engaged.
Yes.
And America no. When I names no chebi gumsa.
And like I said, with the system now, with the payroll audit now, no, won't mean say easy side you.
No.
Oh no, we don't develop. Finance Ministry checks everything now.
But Finance Ministry checks the one.
Oh, no, because send any person di boni. But say no. You can't do it now because measures are there.
We'll be watching closely because these are issues that bother.
Well, for me, like I said, no, it is not a name you want to live for yourself because M1 will be it's something that can easily be traced.
But when you say Obi, we need to check.
So they are Papa.
Send me the
National Service, any Ministry of Youth and Sports.
They
share a common demon.
Which is
Sadimon or Tasha Kambu Yellow. Anybody who goes there doesn't live in peace. Obekonuna, there are allegations and commission of acts of corruption and related offences. Before MPP came into office, the Director General, BNI Fokra Eko Zwan, what is it? Before him, there was a similar incident.
Another issue.
What is it? Okay, and Wemusubaya Omukui. It's the same thing. The question is, what
the systems then are not foolproof.
Anybody who handles money, anybody who handles money on a daily, there's always that temptation to want to touch the money.
It's true.
What is it? And they are dealing with huge numbers.
Try say you better diversify. If you look at our approach now, we are trying to venture more into the agribusiness because that is IGF. And no, it's not coming. Yes. As we are creating the employment, we are creating IGF, which Public Accounts Committee will not come and disturb you.
No, but you still deploy people.
No. Yes, the deployment.
Also now,
you see, and I say deployment. If you don't have IGF, if you don't have any business running, that is why you worry yourself with deployment scams. So, if we say 8,000, 10,000. Every 200 acres be about 4,000 bags of maize and now 5,000 bags. Now see here 4,000. I imagine into 100,000 bags of maize. Yes, so nyamia do your warehouses kama. Now see yes togu na Ghana for mudum ya na mo betoma ya edianko. Mobenya. Yankuko say apart from Papa Uko Jimpa Uko Street said Oko Hachuna Goodness Energy Nechi Hope Yadiji don't call me 80 cities
and Kokono
fresh 80 cities
Obia Timi Kotobi
That's free advert too.
Abrofun kokọ de yes but
and then broiler
o say the lay egg na more den kakra aha de emre na mo de ye fried chicken fry when you know
and we do stew and egg
okay
o de ye light soup be ho
mo kum na
the kum ni address ma o de 100 cedis. But life one hour will go 80 cities.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Ni more
price on the market.
Oh, ni more to come. Comes 2 kilograms. Yes. You were in so ho.
That na ammonia discounted price. Or say the same thing as the price in the market.
Maybe 160 no 150.
Ko Amazon market.
150.
Obi pasho enkoko nkete asema yake. Mami misa.
You guinea fowl so.
Okay. They took over Kenya na bade anye. Mami misa minia
issues ni munya na.
Na issues anye kan o.
Into the we na.
Ma be so bisa say Mastercard program no. E shase brebe yi.
Oh, so what just na wo hoda da.
Yeah, hard. Me be say period ben.
Oh, it started I think about 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
Na time and Kokono HRC say about the Mastercard no enye charity organization.
Yes.
Sanse me die chi kakra.
Okay.
Enti na o kana me so me so wunim so me die chi. Enye charity organization.
That's true.
And they are into business for profits.
Yes.
And she said
with us it is like a grant.
Yes, they do grants.
Regardless.
Mami mbo kakra no kura woman say if you are signing your counterpart contribution is say ye den kokone ba by the time kokone be ba na wo kokobu we said we were ready enti na nka mo de 300,000 neighbor ebedru ye na ne ka chom so oh sorry kokobu ni nya ready enti nya sesebi ye ne enim say kokko ba na dabi it was deliberate.
Okay. It means that ye the ama private businessmen mo didi ho kama.
Yes. Omuda so didi hon kura
300,000 be wo mu
apa
no that's a lot of
very well enti my yamra honorable Kwame Poku CID Esquire mama nshasi mfiri any of the issues I was offered you come
man so twini asa kwa yellow
na issues be issues
no say any onye credit dem
asem da ya na issues no dosun say issues no dosun
so you dey open so unya issues there. Start with the one you want to start with.
Okay, but I don't want to for Bible nebie Galatians 6 verse 7 mame.
Ubi on part you.
Ubi no na aye say unim na no do safo GFA escrow member. Aye. O correct man na.
Oh yeah.
Musho no onfe nia. Regular. Do safo sabe wa hye ne che no o che bi o la bia me say so the ordinary ship.
Was it Galatians saying
6:7?
And Galatians 6:7 may kind the New Living Translation or say, don't be misled. You cannot mock the justice of God. You will always harvest what you plant.
And no chance kukia says a buffer. Okay. No kind Bible sorry them so can say this is the word of God.
This is the word of God.
Yeah, thanks be to God.
Sure.
Neka amen asoso.
Amen.
Can be we was can sorry ko.
Sorry ko.
Me say nka was say sorry ko. Nti me but me sorry.
Okay.
If you say don't go for say nitia. Me sorry a obey mischief. Obi.
Yes.
There na esi. Benfo ka say me say there na si wo se chejamase. Ama tumpaya na ni ebrumu pam. Say unya a subscribe to be a public officer. Ya di niema eni bebre na hwe. Ba obi ene me ba na metie say ade am be na guso kasa nka bia mbe hold you
me kwakwate
be do wo ya papa kwakwate say ai finance minister
me fie din
dabi Osei Bonsu ani animo kwakwate a obi o tie be ka say ayono mo kwakwate no no ai Philip Osei Bonsu OB of Asempa.
Yes.
And then me do wo ya papa then tell me say me do wo ya bisa na me nche omu
me patch on
bisa say
and say
wo odi ni ho ya na then
tell me kasa ni say obi unya beye public officer.
Yes.
Lifestyle bi wa if be lifestyle audits. Lifestyle bi wa na oye ne kane ko na untumi nye. You are very careful. If you say ka wo private settings mu na wo ya wa dia obi amfa wo. You can do whatever you want in your private capacity. Obi amfa wo ayi opanyi bi di ni 40th birthday okoma. Hey, money swine. What who be?
Yeah.
Ni ama
yes.
Young man no. Oh wosika. Na obi don ko fu say ni ti hey. Ne President Abana Amana appointment iron operations executive editing national service o man timi anya post scrum ma 10 for musu mu po mabu mu yan e be ba ho o po mabu wo be nyo tete na in his private capacity be on ye ayi public ayi mini shia ba bebre otimi to enam to ade anye nkofo che obi anka wasem. But ask him if he can do same today. And the answer would be no. And you know why? Because they say no. Why assuming a public role, a public responsibility, you are no longer the private person, don't go for saying. And you never be able to many help. I dare community me I have found what do to me young found. And I'm talking to my own brother Samuel Jemfi. Minyano no.
Empuni.
Samuel Jemfi medical Jemfi minyano no onim. Adia ba nyina no. Boni beka say he has brought it upon himself. On one dia gu no so. If we say maybe a choma no a private person as a member of the NDC and their communications officer, people are measuring him with the worst. Because in the past, so be politician be no wa ben mu that time. Eye bibi o ye party be no to bibi krache obi a. The perception was created say we aban sika no dey here. When you were in office and you maybe when you person you need to nya bi. I shared an experience with you maybe a chum. I told you me too kwan. Me ko hu obi a anka bia o hwekora anka bia nanka minsem kwa obi chano baby no otene be na me kota no na zunsu edemo but to me because of lifestyle audits the question will be say all of a sudden enti ana ene de wakodu say na de adwuma kwa na oye ya wunya sesika na ni moni ya so those same questions were legitimate then and they are still legitimate now. Don't cut here mini atik. Satik na ya. Me nyo so nke be ho. You know, o man na me ba me meet. Okay. The person in the past in Sambia okay. In Sambia okay. Ana mama ba be yasem. Enka yasem. Because if you measured someone
Asempa FM
with real beer, say who to me a Jessica say, who to me say who was a say in your custody the others or comfort there. Then my question is, what happens or what conclusion should we draw now in your case? And people say what you ain't clear.
No be ankase kawanutu. No be ankase kawanutu.
Please. Obi, yen tu ya hofo. Yen politicians, yen kanu kwenche yen yonom. Sanye wa and chese de ye ono no ye konfo. Let's tell people the truth. So that in future, yen find the same barometer and find me measure obi. Omani can say me say at his age 50 years and 20 minutes talk out and people are measuring him and you think that I don't know quite some time lawyer and your lawyer ni. That be make say case I will be brave on kra no nyeska. Case I will be brave sleepless night oya and no kra no nya kapre. Ba ko bitim be turn now so obi onya wo hwe bofum ye nu pa bi kwakoya arbitration ketua bi bo say sikana pai near the Odiamau. What are you saying? What are you saying?
Lawyer for some connection, man.
But because in the past, you have really found Kofua can some gun Kofua who fee. I can someone and no cranny, the other cross say, I'm an abel crack.
Asempa FM.
So we are politicians here, we until all of a sudden, no banner who could Chica can say, where we are. I have somehow carry and we are measuring you with that. It's about time, yea, Mabune war politics, Muno. Your man fool who say it is not always the case. And yet, the Biana, and yes, I will be a Korean. But any better because a son say, when yes, $1 no, at 20 we are. What's that? Miss Muko be 2 cities. And I'll be a man, program with your man from the Gisco. Unim Dominic Tamubida. Oh, yeah, Dominic Tamubida. What I say? Yeah. But it's me channel. Semi Batraka say a chrono. Semi Cochano be trouble as a chrono. Mako Yeska. And Lutin and watching and no. I think it's just an eye opener for him. It's a lesson for him to learn something from it. Because you may never know.
KJB.
Ochila unim. Adibu oh yeah with good hearts. But we never be aware in the past, you know. Now be real money. Why? Obiade. Say Sicilian pa and I will be sick. Sicilian pa Ghana for so because Bank of Ghana for be say be announce some dollars ayana. And you be can want some no. But Sicilian pa some kind. We said it here. But Bank of Ghana me can say $1 be here. But Sicilian pa people need you know. In Yama from Babakai must we politicize everything. I wish and hope it never happened that way. But this is where we are. But there's always a turning point. And I think that this is the point. Also, Miliano. Utimi Saka on Yemebi. Because whether we like it or not, Minimimu, any Donko, any Atik, we are the future of this country. Including you. Because you are in your 40s, 70s, 60s. They will live before us. And so we yes ebe keka ho ade anya no nya ni aka obi ameka de yan so no ni aka. Let's be objective. I will not sit here and say because obey intino akobo kro no wanya sika no no do that. Me yeah. But assembly say and say onu so ye obibi and he did it in the past. Until na asa akoye say okay then asa ni ehwani bi ohwani wo ye because I say onwa ni fie no ni fie ho no ensem ho labo bi be kawa no ufrantoma na bo be na gano onwa say na say nemai na da bia o cheska bi na mo bi ntini fie for na ka zonko when I say the fie for I'm using the fie for literally. No, I guess nobody should actually set him up to do that. From the information that we are getting, the people calling
following the video leakage, you know.
Oh, just say what the kind of comments.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
No, so it should tell you that even within, how much more without? And we all know as politicians.
My press conference.
I can say we know. We know about but now Obenya na kabia o dia be no na gina o wanya nyina ntia ne ya managing your maye apology, my reading a letter being near the day. I will advise he comes out openly or be a one-on-one be bet me about admin. I get it.
So he's done that in the apology.
Oh no, I get it. Obi,
the letter.
Obi,
it was a Facebook post.
Obi, you say.
So you read it?
Yeah.
Obi, you see, ni pen to say Krochi Amansa. In the write-up, you may not be able to even explain issues, explain yourself as you would.
CID. Chief of staff best someone.
What was the outcome of the meeting?
There's someone in Kekekuranya is you.
Okay, and also Article 146. 146.
The meeting was just yesterday.
And no public no communication.
No, for now, no.
I said some of the disciplinary measures are we were say behind the cameras.
They should not.
Obet you was him internally. A bit you can be reprimanded. Everything is part.
So how would we know? You see, this was meant to serve.
You can
the
also
public.
be queried.
What
the idea of bringing out our code of ethics? Yeah. It's for the public to have some confidence in. No. Have you read the code of?
No, Umbrichi.
So when the casa next?
Asema. You see, Asemia yake.
Yes.
Oh, be ya ma ya sabe chimba ba be ye you know.
Asema could say.
Yes, them be kama kenji. They say edi ni be pacho.
Ye na fa wa no si.
No kra mi wango.
Enti ba honorable Donk of Husseini.
Nice one. No, we am one. No, we are best now. What is Jessica Chen?
Asempa,
like I say,
Asempa,
Jessica Chen.
Na, Asempa.
Oh, it will be. You ever say, Miniano, you're ready. Ni letter no, chief of staff a friend no. Ebe fair. Meaning say there will be an opportunity. Ababanka, and when you are on opportunity bar.
Okay.
No, we need to come no a church any mum kakra. Na for so to Fukakra. I mean, you said the alcohol, yes, ni more and to me, at the tone, Toma, Medamanusi, Medase, incoming youth organizer for the national youth organizer for the Honorable Kwame Poku CID and Martin and Kano, the
diabolic one.
It's a very no, Eddie Atik, what do you want to say about this? Naminfa Honorable Husseini Enye.
Idiot. I've read the Code of Ethics, and just for the reasons of reminding myself, saying I was just going through it again. With the mean kind of be
yes.
Sometimes we exercise lapse in judgment.
Yes.
I mean, it happens to me too, yeah. But you see, I understand the entire Asemna Kwena. Come Krum Kakra. Come the boys. And we should be the loudest on this particular issue. Internal,
internal people.
They feel when you win an election on the basis of a certain goodwill, you can easily nibble away our goodwill by your actions. In terms of Ebimu genuinely are worried because of that. Ebimu who have other reasons why they are up in arms and all that. The optics don't look good. And the optics are not good.
From what we saw,
I mean, they are not pleasant. In fact, they are not wholesome. The individual involved and you see, it's even illegal to spend. The mechanic say and especially NCA came just shortly after the launch of the Code of Ethics. What kind of Code of Ethics now? It talks about the need to be humble, the need to be in some degree. If we were to hold and analyze this issue in the strictest terms possible, but I don't think he did that to show off. He did that, I don't think it was, it was any of that. But I believe the president, when the buck stops with the president. He has a tough job to do. He has a tough decision to make. On the one hand, pardoning, the young man And you know, people complain and say, when I do we buy you had a first test case now one fine baby. And he also has a responsibility to also not just dwarf the growth of a young man who has potential because of one lapse in judgment. Yeah. Look, indiscretion there to Obiao. And me did say, oh yeah, no. He was just doing that out of the goodness of his heart. And you say no, the BG fans and I say Bechrese music and all that. But then we are living in an era of cameras and social media and as before. He is in a very bad position. But I think it's a position he can wiggle himself out of. You see, Chief of Staff Efren, which means they've
taking it serious.
And they ought to. In fact, they must take it serious. Because one launch be to guide the conduct of all public officials. Yes. And the conduct is not only in respect of, you know, your official duties, even outside of your office. We need code of ethics.
Okay.
Okay. And the Chief of Staff was very, shall I say, very clear. What he has here?
Yes.
Okay, I said, you know, whoever offends our code of ethics, he would be very strong and on those things.
Yeah.
And it's a fine balance, and it's a very tough decision they have to make.
But in terms of the possible punishment, the code proffers some forms of punishment. One of them being dismissal, but there's also reprimand, there's also suspension and all of that. In this particular action, and I've made the argument, I'll repeat, I think the threshold for dismissal has not been met as far as this is concerned.
No, has that threshold been established in the code?
No, it is not.
It's discretionary.
Discretionary, and also if you are looking for a specific provision in the code where a breacher you might not find.
You will find.
Hold on. But for such codes of conduct, there is a spirit behind it.
Absolutely.
That spirit, you would see, say, way, maybe are falling short of that spirit. But I'm saying, maybe a reprimand, maybe a query.
And I think that the decision should be left to the president and the chief of staff.
Absolutely.
Because Omuni, for want of a better expression, they are the executors and implementers of this code. And they know which punishment is commensurate.
Yes.
But I would also like to urge the public, look, I mean, one lapse and the call is to sacrifice you. And this has nothing to even do with a Juma or the way a bonting, I admit, it was a lapse in judgment.
Yes.
What has here?
Yes.
You know, to just completely, because look, if he gets dismissed, his career would suffer a great deal.
Yeah. He might not bounce back again.
How many people have been able to recover from that? And this is, you know, a bright young man.
Victoria Hammer.
Victoria Hammer couldn't come back from the rumor he shared, you know, in respect of her anticipation. I mean, the ambition she had. It was just an expression of an ambition.
Yes.
You know, crooked as that ambition might have been, but it was just expression. She had not acted on the ambition.
Yes.
But she suffered. And basically, I doubt if she has recovered politically. Well, so some might say, Onu cry, she was just a bibi no car keke. She got dismissed. But what I'm saying is that let's leave it to the president, let's leave it to the chief of staff. They would know which punishment or which sanction. I like to use the word sanction. You know, is most appropriate.
Yeah.
Which sanction is commensurate? It could just even be say I'm an warning.
Yeah.
And maybe communicate same to the public, because the public needs to know what action is being taken and all that. It could also be said they might ask him to resign. I don't know, but I'm sure the president would do the right thing by him and by us.
Yeah.
It's a fine balance, and I have every fidelity in the president to do the right thing. But Nentia is because of, you know, his own if you wish, positions on issues in the past.
Yeah.
But the fact I disagreed with you in the past on something should not blind me to be objective in discussing issue that you are involved in. I mean, idea say you dream home. It doesn't look good, like I said. It doesn't look good on all levels. But can justice be, you know, tempered with mercy Because at the end of the day, you are going to compare so many factors. The future of the young man and the alleged breach of offense we're committing.
And the magnitude
of
the
alleged offense. What has here. If you are not also measured and trying to please a certain segment of the population, the punishment would be disproportionate. And I mean, as far as the young man goes, so you have been unfair to him, and you've acted unfairly towards him. Until, like I said, let's leave it to the chief of staff and the president. But others must learn from this.
That's the most important thing.
Look, something that ordinarily in the past you would just wish away and say, but because there was no such code of ethics, you couldn't hold anybody to anything. And unfortunately, I keep saying this and I'll keep saying it till the end of time. You had a president who also was not helping matters. When somebody was even found in a situation, I like to think that the Cecilia Dapa case was even worse. The president was the one fronting for her innocence. He was the one leading the charge that this was a woman who would survive this and all that. Until Enuno is a bit what has here.
The Cecilia Dapa matter is still a live matter.
Yeah, it's in court.
And so
I'm talking about the conduct of the president. Minka says she's guilty.
So if you say that the president was the one leading her innocence, then it means that you doubt whether she's indeed innocent.
Of course, which is supposed to be the position of the law. Until she's proven to be innocent, she's supposed to be.
Of course. So you believe that she's not innocent, and the president believes that she's innocent.
No,
the president cannot express
the position of the law.
I'm saying that
the presumption is in favor of your innocence,
but the president
until proven guilty.
The president
and you're guilty until proven innocent.
Yes. In that case. Yes. Tell me which law of the land.
But that's the argument I'm making.
You see, good governance is you see, as a thing good governance goes just beyond rule of law.
I think
there are Dominic.
On the here protect.
No more opposition.
You need protection. How can you
Member of Parliament is
you see, the fact of the matter is we didn't even have a code of ethics for us to even hold anybody accountable. Now standards are higher.
Okay.
If you are a public official, and someone who said this dispensation is different from the one before, this is different. And the president consistently waka. So different. What does he?
Yes.
He could have just said we'll bring code of ethics, and it will take him the rest of the 4 years to do that. But okay, and I'm saying that his disposition towards this code is different because he appears to be passionate and serious about it.
Yes.
And I'm saying that unlike in the past, first we didn't have one. And secondly, you had the president even fighting for people who were accused or alleged to have been involved in Yoma.
That is true. It is true in law and in fact.
No. Which fact? The fact is that
he's the custodian of the Constitution.
The fact is that.
He was not presuming
process.
He was not presuming her innocent until proven guilty.
What was?
I know you declared to the end of even at the end of the process, you still be innocent. On Kaze, you are innocent until
you are wedding.
Yes, I know you will be cleared.
You are the general.
What did he say? He didn't say what you are saying.
I am not quoting him.
What is
you are just paraphrasing.
Or say himself,
by the time this is done, you will be cleared.
You will be cleared.
It's the same thing. The import is the same. Whether I chose different words or not, the import is the same. Only didn't say, "Mammy, no cry and go and go or be fun with you a bear song."
Presumption of innocence.
No, on can't say you are innocent until you are proven otherwise. Or say you see, and we're talking about governance.
Yes.
If it is rule of law, that is the position of the law. But governance goes. There are many indices that make up good governance. What is it? The perception.
Yes.
You see, corruption.
Which mainly we measure corruption by.
That is what it is because that's why you cannot look. You cannot. You are corrupt.
Yes.
Now there are measures say bang with you corrupt. It is a perception. And as a president, if you want to discount people's perception, any the things you say. If somebody is, is assumed to have offended the law, your position is not just that's why you brought the OSP. Until we didn't say OSP by any juma. Simple. So
by extension,
by
extension, not to digress. Your point is quickly to
you see, in the past, what would constitute a normal, conduct of a public official might not be the same in this dispensation.
Okay.
Until near Etusami should be a lesson to everybody.
Okay.
Say, why do you say, I've been a betray, say, woo. When you see Kakra, would be a child some. When you Tumika crowd would be Trump Professor Una,
a chilly TV church.
Be careful, say, a corner and go now and year. Near to Sami, beer. I don't know what the president's decision is going to be. It might not end well. It might be that you're very primandino. But in the situation, Yamiana Dumna, you're primandina, now the sanction is milder. Who are we betting? Beer.
Now, would the
now you might not survive it.
So, would the also might border on crime?
Exactly. Because if you feel, say, so as soon as it means the now I
the necessarily criminal.
Yes.
But maybe yours might border on crime and
this is how governance ought to be. Yeah. That people must begin to take the issue of accountability very seriously. And we're not just saying that account for the things you do in the office. Outside of the office, you must be accountable for every action and inaction.
Even only when you're Asempa will fear.
Master, once you become a public official, you need to be careful. What is here? And even domestic. Look, me see code of ethics.
No, not necessarily will bow here. No, you've crossed the line. And no crowd, you know, when you're public official, that's a crime.
But I'm saying, sir, it gets amplified. It gets amplified. I'm just saying, sir, it gets amplified. And sometimes it be some things you do at home.
It will hear a complaint, crowd say, superior, say, obey a minister, and say, oh, mommy, chop money bill.
No, over complaining a day.
Osei,
over complaining.
Now, will go through emotional stress.
Now, any hunger, comfort in you.
And no say a breach code of ethics, no. Your own conduct you
because look, your wife can set you up. Uma Comadina. Any kind of if you don't have peace at home, it wouldn't have some with fear. Where do you until your life both domestically, publicly, they are under scrutiny. And yes, we are following up. On a booty way, where you may Munkuko kitty, we are following up. What is here? Every public official is now under the microscope. And that's what governance ought to be. Say, everybody is subject to scrutiny. Obia or ye juma bino can be questioned, can be criticized. It will kind code of ethics now. They say you should be receptive to criticisms.
Yeah. But are we not also by this? For example, if I am a public official, and because of your cultural, how our society is constructed, say, a public official be acquiring fear, for example, or the Nsambe call envelope kakra.
You need to stop it.
Now that thing
stop you can't disobey culture.
No. It is here when a appointee does that, no, it breaches the code.
It does. No. As it does,
and you must obey culture too.
Yes. No. Oya district chief executive as part of your budget.
Now what if no say kan kan. Yemfa say a parastatal.
No. It's not generalizing it.
No, me ba. Yemfa parastatal we are the CEO. Sa budget nka. Amunya butre. Say you bottom they are fine.
Debbie no. And me sounded this caution say we don't also have to stretch
too much
code of ethics.
I'm feeling sorry I call now the donations any other call.
No. Now
can on your opinion.
That is it.
Now say all those things no.
They should be discouraged.
And no, you can't stop. No. Then you are always say amamre.
You see that's
no. So if you go to the mosque, who even do a zakat?
Sadaqah is personal. I can't go to the mosque and be giving Sadaqah on behalf of the organization.
It's unacceptable. Ramadan. You are a DC. You won't give donation to the Muslims.
Because we need the is for political reasons.
No! It's part of your budget.
That's why you budgeted for it. When you say Muslim free,
Debbie is not that.
So why do you do that? No, but why do you do that?
It's social responsibility of the district assembly.
What is social responsibility?
And that's why I made this point. I believe, sir, going forward in this conversation, we should look at thresholds because the code of ethics no any very clear on the thresholds. Inti ebirin koma yebi. Now meba what is overdoing?
Enkoka said drop on so makoto emu 1 million achama drop on so for
when say 1 million that's too extreme.
1 million baht.
1 million reason. We should be clear on that. Into for example, odi yemfa Samia Assembly creation in Tonche.
Yes.
Me appointee, me share me sofo.
Yes.
Ebi me sofo epia be me car. Makai be kakra from the bottom.
That's it.
Edi amam.
That's fair. Enukra there is too mild. Yemfa himfie de na oka ho asem no kasem.
Obi.
You are going to Asempa FM muko mampo hinifie muko na nakumaru hinifie mo say code of conduct intie de ensa kwan na buy. Can you enter the house?
No,
I'm talking of government institution. You did see kwakwachia na you see the ensa pa de ko.
If the chief is aware that there is a code of ethics that prohibits
code of conduct doesn't enter himfie.
You see
code of conduct in himfie. What are you talking?
Corruption is a governance construct.
Yes.
What you say?
It is.
And a lot of our cultural practices are in fact they promote corruption like absolutely.
Yeah, social construct, no AAD
corruption. And then because if you look at corruption as a governance construct, any young cultural practices be ebobra. And if you are saying say you continue to promote those cultural practices, then let's forget about
corruption will become
we can't even begin.
Yes.
And what I'm saying is code of ethics is a good guide.
Yes.
Look, Obinka say as CEO ukwa himfie ukakra wo bottom ukwa now the
you are not going in your name. You are going in the name of the institution. So the institution takes care of it. As an institution,
but it's public money.
Yes, we are giving it to a public institution. I fear a public institution.
It's not.
What is this?
It's a public
institution.
It's a creature of the constitution. It's a creature of the constitution.
Every creation of the law is a public institution.
No,
exactly.
But chieftaincy is not private.
You see something that is public. What is it?
Chieftaincy is not private.
In my view, it's specific to localities.
Yes, it's traditional areas.
Exactly. Me become asem.
They are also development partners.
No, it's not big. You see, we are confusing issues.
The Constitution recognizes them
as public institutions,
as part, not necessarily
development
partners, of our public construct.
Yes,
and that's why even royalties I was say yeah sike bo mining in our honor. A public money we give some.
No, they don't deserve it. You consider as part because public money in Abeho. Why do you give them?
Obi. I say even the buyer because assembly. Royalties because assembly.
And because assembly are part of public institutions.
Even by extension, the regional House of Chiefs.
Yes.
They are public institutions because their judicial committee has the powers of a high court.
It's true. That's the point.
Yes.
The regional House of Chiefs are a public
institution. Let me help you. Our paramount chiefs,
yes.
their paramountcies are being manned by public officers. You're posting a registrar from a ministry to go ahead there. And we pay them with the taxpayers'
money. My question is
paramountcies. So it's a public institution by extension.
So it's a public institution.
Yes.
So if you are going to a public institution, why is it required that you pay?
That you pay, man.
No, I'm not saying the
nexus between
what is if I'm going if EPA is going to Ministry of Energy and must they pay because you want to?
There is a nexus.
American the point I'm trying to make is
a governance construct. That is where corruption is.
US that. Okay, who could you do a restaurant?
Umati.
Yeah,
by force. Yeah, they can't build no.
Exactly.
Hold on.
And that's how they pay
Unim say Sadia say Ghana and me as honorable. Makodidi na me mo bi tipa. You beka say me bribe no.
There be a matips Ghana have cry matips.
Oh, I mean your private capacity. In your private capacity
if you are not the
me say when you're honorable kan who did do a restaurant bi obi anu ni asem. But na honorable no oba ko that same restaurant and no didi. You beka say
obi amusi say you beka ho asem. Ani na go we apology.
Unu be bia no didi.
Enti one of the and that's why I think, sir, if we make a fetish around code of conduct, we might hold on.
I think
Justice Dateba in Ransford, France, said it might lead to a meltdown of governance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Code of ethics.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we
show me an example,
if we stretch it, because maybe the NSA there are some offenses. I want to say offense where they downright illegal.
That is it.
The ones now a border on discretion to say, for a better example, no Sami DA. Is it an offense? And I say misconduct. I was a president. Does it meet the threshold for dismissal?
No. You see the code, no. The code is not about laws that already are in existence.
I know.
It's about the look. For the most part, code
a guide.
It's a guide.
Yes.
And you see, guide. For it to be effectual,
yes,
there must be a sanctions regime.
I get it.
And what should be the sanctions regime?
Yes.
Are we saying sanctions should just be limited to reprimand?
No.
Dismissal to me,
yes. So that's why the code emma the forms of sanctions.
Yeah, absolutely,
including dismissal.
Exactly.
Yes.
So as to whether a certain breach of the code miss a certain sanction or not,
yes,
is for the determination of normal code and that's why I kept making reference to the president and the chief of. Eventually, they are the ones who determine whether a breach with the reprimand and fata, with the dismissal and fata, with the resignation and say a catch and so on, resign and so on. But if we begin to set thresholds,
yes,
this will become useless.
But we cannot also do away with thresholds.
No. What? So how do you set the threshold for dismissal? How do you set the threshold for reprimand?
Okay.
Because Omuna, you see, they are running this government.
Yes.
They know what will be helpful in terms of the agenda now prosecuting it, and the kind of integrity they want to integrity agenda now
Asempa FM.
So it can hit the integrity agenda, it can hit the transparency agenda and so on. So they can, after all, you didn't appoint yourself, they appointed. They can better determine which sanction is fitting. But if we begin to say that code of conduct and ethics, say a certain threshold for sanctions, so that a certain panel, and for the most part, if we are going to do that, what we are going to do is thresholds need be would end up being until the person commits a criminal offense, being permanent, and say permanent. Left for us, that's the determination we are going to make. But breach
it might not be necessarily a criminal offense. But
give me an example.
Okay.
Of something that office in your view should meet the threshold for dismissal.
And when you take like your friend is saying, Mami Cecilia Dapa, as far as Cecilia Dapa is concerned,
there was an allegation of a criminal offense
against who?
But why is she standing trial?
No, in America, no. So it was an allegation of a criminal offense by the OSP.
Yes.
But at the time the thing happened, there was a public conversation. Nothing had been established against her.
Oh, until chairman, then doesn't go code
no, but the point is say, no, because of the magnitude, the monies involved, and air cost, people were like, hey, and the way there. But when you take the money involved, now take your being sued, a few dollars be. $100, $200, or the attorney suffer. Camera capture. Now the trouble thing.
No, I'm not sure it's been them. You see, no. I didn't want to go there, but now that you've raised it, do you know it's illegal to spend dollars in this country?
Spend? Yes. Where spend means what?
Whether you share or you buy something, whatever it is, the legal tender in this country is Ghana cedis.
I know.
You cannot be seen spend. What is no? How do you spend money?
What is spend?
Spend is
what is spend?
Me the check I'm spending my money.
You are saying, sir, the law allows me to keep dollars. There's no law,
but not to spend it in the.
Hold on. The law allows me to keep dollars.
Yes.
I meet Atik, my friend. Atik, $100. I commit a crime.
You are spending the dollars.
Wow. How so? I don't understand.
How do you spend money?
Because it says
spending is only when you go and do purchases.
This is legal tender for the payment of every amount.
Goods and services.
For the payment of every amount. Obviously for goods and services. If I give you, I take your madam for me or dollars or my amount $100, and when for the purpose of education,
services,
does it qualify for the spend? Said the Awokan.
It does. How do you spend money? You don't spend money only when you are paying for goods and services. Young friend said, Michelle.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now me will scour me home.
Yes.
Then I decide say, Obi, the 200.
That's a donation.
What is donation? Me mom say I'm donating.
Yes. What a channel.
Empty chair is donation.
Yeah.
Well, me go for
donation.
So it would me buy
gift.
Yeah.
So now it's gift.
So gifting and dashing. I don't see that as an expenditure.
It's still spending my money. It's my money that I'm spending.
Oh, well. It is. It's an expenditure.
It's an expenditure.
The more reason why you pay gift tax.
Yes.
The more reason why you pay gift tax.
Yes. It's an expenditure. Yes. So you cannot tell me
on your trial balance. On your trial balance, you're going to capture it.
That's how it is. Because you see, there's something called leakage. There we have injections and leakages.
Okay.
If any inflow is an injection, any outflow is a leakage.
Yes.
And outflows mostly means you are spending, whether with the chobi and now with the yedi. And once the money is going out there, you are spending. Is your money you are spending? And are we saying say Obi spend like near ACA? Should it also amount? Because it's illegal to spend any other currency apart from the Ghana cedis. Should we say in that case, it means a threshold for dismissal? Because like I was telling you, if we want to set thresholds, we are going to end up linking South dismissal threshold to Obi Awaye Bibia criminal, and it offends the law. But on Cody, it doesn't talk about the commission of crimes.
Crimes, yes. More indiscretion.
Because that's what courts do.
Yeah.
If it's about criminal offenses, there are laws to deal with that.
Laws to deal with.
What was it?
Yes.
But if we start setting thresholds, which threshold will be fitting enough for dismissal?
But there is also reasonableness.
The originators of the code, they are the implementers.
I get it. But I was already, people are calling for dismissal.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying, sir.
And that's what I'm saying. I believe the president will do that which is right.
Of course.
If he feels that this qualifies for dismissal, he should proceed.
But that would also be, of course, the president knows what discretion.
That's it.
But our discretion is only subject
to abuse.
of abuse here one.
You.
No. And that's why there are even laws, including our constitution, to regulate the exercise of discretion. In the discretion, you're absolute. The first one, discretion.
No, but so in this, we are talking in this instance.
Yes.
So presidency or unity.
Yes.
That will that amount to abuse of discretion?
As far as I am concerned, yes.
Why?
It will be an overkill.
It will be an overkill. As far as I am
tell
concerned.
Me what is an overkill?
As far as I am concerned.
Because for you, that is, you see, you will see it as an overkill.
Yes.
But for the president, on him, on him agenda, ordinam, until the code buy. So if the integrity, transparency, and accountability agenda now, ordinam,
yes.
Office and the proportionate punishment is ordinam and a sanction. Dismissal. You can say yes,
because again, the other make say you overkill. And they said you might then turn round to. Then by the time you end your 4 years, so
you
ministers they are appointing more than 5,000,
and there are more 5,000 people to fill their positions. If that's what it takes, you see this idea of anything Ghana will law enforcement. Enforcement of rules and regulations. Ghana a problem in Nanu, and it is just how to enforce rules and regulations.
That is then the president Ninya Obi Mani Bejina multimedia Nimha Drobonso every year PA party full soldier Bejina now Drobonso ye ni bottom chale or they share now camera capture and Drobonso is going home.
No. Or man 20 cities.
Yes.
Who shall or then coffee.
I don't know you there. So say
no, when the issue issue is the dollars involved and the way Zikani no.
Then we are one Cheska. So
yes.
Who
now can say watching? Your way is come be watching. Who now can say the way I offer you the donation.
And what I'm saying is that discretion, yes, but Charlie.
Until I see Yenjama the president and hope say he will do that which is right by Ghanaians.
Mamintio.
Obi, I think I understand that take. And mete miniano mendisi for ni bin so I think say you nailed it right on the head by saying say
now
they made that to us. Ideas as we see amatimi akoye hope. MPP is idle power.
Don't lose focus. Start it.
Me that say. Woman say I understand the uproar. I think pointed one. Say one. There is so much and which se be a yawne yentio biane okokuruko sembia yenuanum yechire yentino. It looks as if the standard
MPP for Ankaza press conference as a party.
Yes.
Did they do one on Cecilia Dapa?
As in,
do you remember? No, then.
When Cecilia Dapa issued
do you remember?
I don't remember. Okay. Yes. Meet you.
Intino, I understand say the kind of standard that Ghana for the measure NDC now is very high. Because also na ba na da ho John Mohammed Jaba bi say every high jump no o di ba na ko 2 baby na na do ba no yi ba na to form no nante so.
Would that be fair?
That is the truth.
Your truth.
Nanado came and removed the bar and put it on the ground. So there was no measurement again. It is the same Ghana for any brese bar no John Mohammed and some page bar no to home so that they can measure as it then as year start afresh. That is why it's resetting. So I can understand the uproar. Within the NDC, there are 2 sessions.
Yes.
Okay, you captured it very right, sir. There are people who are genuinely concerned. Hey, Debbie, why do you do this? Those people are genuinely concerned about the spectacle. Say, hey, send me my MPP for look at how OP CID Nikon Nancy obey feeding kama yekase so we force so many ni nyina aba just because obi dollar mobi. So
dollars.
That is what some genuine concerned NDC people are also concerned about. Nkrofo ye kunye. Ene amia kunfi ya charge no kra intimi mpeke headline.
Oh, say a court and
ya charge no say a court. Some say intimi oh nyahwe say we the small fish we comedy so afi na ye be call oral so. Wohu. And no, then there is that other segment in so so now she ho no. Sa microphone so ho. omono na make catch omo say ne yen so ejina ho no hwe ne wa hwe ase
say the ba kwa hwe ase
oh same hwe ase o Bible mo hu Samuel there are two things that happen in Samuel obi ko bo afode keke obi ko bo afode keke Nyankopon gya hini ni firi ni fie ka den ko hye nase obi su de hyeda ko fa obi yire sa kunniku esa gye oba ne ka no ho nyame so de nya hwe akwala no ya mo wo no na meku no keke sa de ahindi ni ma no forever masa age mate is not grace mate too
not grace mate
nti minim se nye den a ha Nyankopon a o hata surinti sami nyame be yine frim you see,
we all pray so.
Yes. Look,
I'll be one of the.
I was so happy, sir.
I mean, this is.
I was so happy, sir. Immediately said yes. He didn't use discretion well.
Overboard.
So that was why he came to apologize.
Sure.
He didn't apologize because okay, Musima I apologize, but no, in the spur of the moment, because me kase ma me trap no. And we all know. Yes, that's what I believe. Because why would you be going to somebody with a camera?
No, they have but in the video you see her husband also filming.
Yes.
But you see in the video what's your voice now? What's your voice now? Me say bibi say mamincha and so that
is it. What I suspected was that Agrada felt say unko kosa me hwa the odia ye ndc ntino she would have been humiliated. So the cameras were ready to capture that particular scene.
And it's also possible.
She tried on trending.
Very possible. Yeah.
She tried on those things.
I don't know. They better from him.
Ono koye no o receive no nicely no say we receive me dia ne just on my miska
infanto fuel.
Yes. Oh, so in the spur of the moment and I make say Sami realized say well let me just get this out of the way and go.
It happens. Minia. And that's why context is important.
Yes. I don't know party for amo.
So you say you're in trouble
because
no, you see, his problem is that maybe problem in this CID want to say my press conference. Yes, my idol, Ejuma ni ho. Nti mo de mo nye press conference, no problem. But then to come and say one day one scandal. One day one scandal. It's not scandal. Mo na mo ma Ejuma ye.
Ya taba mo nya butro.
What do you do with the compare Cecilia Dapa say? And Cecilia Dapa wa nya hwe so look at how I count. Debut Cecilia Dapa ni same. Cecilia Dapa de call him pass no $1 million at an pass abra bank wo. What you say? And no akra na sabe ka kire Ghana fo nyina say me $1 million na egu me pass no obi awie bi mo nchene ntum mame. Na ka me hu ye. Ngaka wa no tume.
Now, are you by that saying it's a banking a compulsory say also?
And compulsory. Aside that banking aspect no kurano, public official $1 million good demo yede.
Then what is wrong with that?
Whatever wrong is wrong. Because special prosecutor say we pay our $1 in dollars. Ujin in cedis. Na dollars. Obuabu no say ne ko duru $1 million.
Some salary no $dollars.
Oh, mami kama se me dia.
Mami pokusi ai.
Mimi dia ne say the two things are not exclusively the same. The entire Sami patch on say yes. NDC fua ade no ebia the fact that Agrada we pay juma odie die na Sami timi Agrada sika NDC fo bi so die no.
But it can also be say nipa no any but politics no.
And I say nipa na ye di na chikura sa not here. Gabi die na Gabi afanye John Mahama okrum ha.
Gabi ye ne.
Eso wan ko review. Na nyoma Kufuado di John Mahama nyina nya Gabi na she chiri.
Gabi ye ne den.
ni last bill no mumpia enye omo
Gabi
the water bill no mumpia eyi your friend is officer yampe bia ma no efie kura se be o so betrem kura ya mama mo ni free ni nyina anya mo o ti ase so ebi echire wan ko ni fie ho na nado na kura de ne ye na no ko sia no ekwawu president mu awan so ai cha
na wo adia odi aye mi so se mu wa me no kasa
friendly to the president these days.
But I think
was not a former president.
There is opportunity.
The listeners cannot hear. The least opportunity when you are talking about a former president, at least respect
His Excellency Nana Dankwa. Banking sector clean up. Uyonko president Kofi. If you now vice president will baby te. Ose mi senior minister kwatra on John Mohammed tuna wa ko
these are just personal.
What is personal?
If you dey na working. Vice president fee no.
Baby na president te no.
Baby na John Mohammed. That's where Bawumia was.
Oh, me say by then. Your friend say no musibi and I even
have you read the national security report about
that? Was it not there?
Say it's not safe.
Where it's located?
But do you know where the vice president's residence is? Do you know where it is?
No.
No.
When you look at where the
debut by then,
they know most.
The master has opposition.
Have you seen where the Huawei and other buildings na Ewon? Those high-rise buildings. What is who vice president fee ni munye na baby? I mean, please let's switch back on.
Me say it was the duty of the state to get the former president. Please, na 8 years na do ampi amano.
That's a fair point.
President Kufodi na kunya wie. Office kwa mama ni bokuba. Office come on,
residents me so run about
what can do something.
Yeah,
mobilize it. Tax. President before office.
John Mahama, he restored all those privileges. 2012 and John Mahama, he restored all those privileges.
So 2009.
Okay, Mama, you see, I am not. Nobody is hearing what you are saying. No, former president. But Obi, John, not former president. No, former president. You have the opportunity to speak.
But Obi, I'm going to say, John, not former president.
That Akufo is now inextricably over.
But why the least opportunity
but you were expecting him to be fighting the president?
He was fighting him when he was president. He was fighting him.
When video
yeah, but that's John Mohammed's call, not your call. If John Mohammed doesn't want to beat him, it's his call.
No.
John Mohammed is a different personality.
What's he Nedi and another coffee? No, I think John Mohammed will be down for
at the investiture went to your most speeches, Nana. What did John Mohammed say?
What did he say?
John Mohammed, the only person in Ghana, friend Johnny, a former president.
John Mohammed, what's your point? John Mohammed, John Mohammed, Assemblies of God,
Anglican.
Oh no, Odi communion check.
You not gonna lose you.
Maybe I didn't buy it. You know, a bit me at 2 beer. ebetimi atu ye nyina yes se say no obi me kura dem say sami nyame showden na emom aboa ye nyina because they say no appointee bia ni ho be yisika public bia mu wo ye fu soldier na wo hia me amesrew why you no get me fa we so me obi akoye sacrifice keke o yes professor den na o mama ndu o ye sacrifice ye ji ahini efiri nti bia sami ko yi dollar nyame adom ya twi nanim ya jano mimi ko yi sidi bia na mi ko fie o ba cha o bi so o mo defend no o mo ka se mo hwe ni ye adai me hu e bia if it is true is attributed to this man
Senor Osei. No, he just read his original Facebook.
Yeah,
I'm saying he did a Facebook post. If you go to Senor Osei's page and read his original,
so these attributions
headlines might be
deceptive.
Or see, he was already a rich man and
no, I don't think he said that plainly in his.
No, me say.
But he didn't say that, or he didn't say that plainly.
But what did he say? Have you read it?
Mimi who ne be on choice. But I'm just saying that people want to.
CID. At least it's not about everybody's defense. It's about what the person himself has said. Or say idea now yeah no mo fancha no wanye ni ye. Enti mi fancha na. Eh na CID say was more than sir.
Na dey obi say won fancha obi. You can say matter maka say fancha no.
Nti munni bibia ye wo Ghana say Sami Jemfi akwache obi sika ntino na mkoye ho press conference
asama me kan so wanti o me say
mo I don't follow
I wo na akoye ya nka generate yi sao but the personality what he has done in the past to people with like behavior
payback time
you see life no where like also me did come out Galatians 6:7 e ma kan want to want tiase
because in America say you may have to read your original post.
Yeah.
Anger, virtue, we move.
I think I read that one.
If you've gotten it.
I read it before, but it's attributed to
no, his only comment on the
is just the one
issue is this one.
Yeah.
Into that headline.
Performance tries some sensationalizing issue. But like I said, no, on a more serious note, I think it's a wake-up call for all of us. Say, as appointees now, even John Mahama himself is humbled by this victory. Usheli dimina. Adiano, I said, tax na Ghana for their share and semono. I said, the overwhelming endorsement and the overwhelming trust Ghana for bestow is become a heavyweight on our shoulders. Inti ato yire no ho samin so like they've bought gold for Bank of Ghana in the first quarter more than you cry in the whole year. So a lot is happening, but there are few people who are also looking for things. Now then a whole government for 5 months penimunya scandal bakupe. David wemo. But this nanka ye free a plagiarism drew a friend say bakunuka say premise for the number firm amobiso cry a cambon the
Attorney General Sema be
oh mama kama sema
obi a member of parliament atumi atia parliament atche say yeah Attorney General no two man panyin for no the number one attorney say oya criminal
wapa ho achew
also a criminal you feel Attorney General say oya criminal scandal be
say that post name
obi
or say that
say obi the clone
the account no yeah cloned impersonation be impersonation
obi
onzo afere
listen to me
onzo afere
obi
afere adane brofo
so
but the interesting thing is the so-called allegations
the
in his press conference and in fact said Wajiska from
who doesn't take campaign donation no campaign donation
that's not how a lawyer responds to
campaign donation.
If you respond by saying say corruption and then MPB or parliament be corrupt. No, that is not it.
Every MP raises funds. Every raises funds.
The principal legal officer of
that then he wasn't the Attorney General.
He was.
He wasn't the Attorney General. No, he wasn't the Attorney General.
Yes, but time I responded.
And I said,
in cross examination na menya wa dey na wa say
examination ba me come asem no kra wo me say he said say asem a wo ka no kra no MP Ben na wo parliament during campaign yenji donation
he said you are criminal. His allegation was he said you are criminal so kwaje 500,000.
He didn't make that allegation. Yes,
for you to admit say indeed responded from the same name.
Oh
yeah, the so-called
the perception was that Obaya Attorney General
okay, assuming that A+ didn't say that, assuming without admitting, let's all account to be actual as an Attorney General. You came out to respond.
Yes, and to admit.
He didn't do that in his capacity as an Attorney General.
When he was responding, he responded to the accusation when he was
as a General Secretary of PNC who solicited for funds.
Soliciting for funds is different from being
bribed. What is it?
That's what we discuss.
No. He didn't say I accepted a bribe.
It was a bribe. You admitted, say,
coming to respond to it in the first place.
Yes,
it's an admission.
It's an admission. It doesn't mean say why Bonibi, but the response leaves more questions than answers.
My point, I still stand by the point.
Say, he has all tools at his disposal to verify whether the account indeed is A+ or not.
Yes.
So for him to mention him in his response, say A+. Yes. It means the man was sure said the author was A+. If he did not know, then he's even the worst Attorney General can ever have.
Also over
there.
I say
overstretching the argument.
We are overstretching. Attorney General has the capacity to even go.
If the Attorney General is responding,
is the person under investigation?
What are you saying?
Are you saying, sir?
No, maybe because it's the person under investigation.
Everything the police do relative to prosecution, investigations,
if the person becomes person of interest,
yes,
then now you zoom in with the cyber security, you zoom in with all those.
It's about reputation. As an attorney,
the existing A+, a popular MP, has made a post. Ultimately,
yes.
Then immediately the Attorney General goes and says cyber security.
On his page. Why did you hold a press conference?
Oh, Minia.
Why did you hold a press conference? That whole issue is not very tidy.
It's unwholesome.
There should be
for me.
It's tidy.
Who consider period now? Or casem no. Any period now or saba back because or chance 70 period or saba because and you on the chain. It was look at that. For example, how do you say it? Correct. How do you use
post-factor rationalization?
That's exactly what he did.
The fact of the matter is
couple of weeks after. Couple of weeks.
Next day, no.
Couple of weeks. It took time. A couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks. And news coming in. Richmond Roxon appointed spokesperson and head of communications. Energy Ministry.
Richmond Roxon
Richmond Roxon. My name looking familiar, but I'm trying to put
spokesperson for the
Energy Ministry. Yes.
Okay.
He looks like a journalist, I think. Yes. He looks like a journalist. And also another way say journalists now are building capacity.
And now it also means that they have been very biased from the beginning.
Yes. No, but that's what
you didn't spend them. You didn't spend the price of bread today is this. The price of milk today is this. And
what I am saying is and let all face the issues because you may have been quote biased. It doesn't mean say nuntino ubetimi anya appointment by just being biased. If you don't have the capacity.
More degrees chance and crofy. Oh. No, are you saying me say
Obi yama
shame no.
Obi yama
Mranti omu ye
Obi yama
I am a proud host of Ekosiisen and a private legal practitioner.
And is Mranti.
Yes.
Going to school was I can't say it was more like an obligation. School need the one kubia and it's a degrees na pa. And this Mranti obenye bebre decide be no e their mom. But you should tell you say why to even because you say would
PV Jantwa Datsun to Kumasia Kasaka Koskusa PV Jantwa wanya PV Jantwa Datsun o Kumasi popular in this man.
Okay.
Really well. Board member of Ghana water.
Buga boy board member anyway
board member some kitwa
board member board subcommittee on operations.
I said football. Yeah, private tower. For everybody defense. Football. Yeah, private tower. Everybody defense. So I am there. So I was a friend. Last time I came from you. Question. I am not me show goes. Sure.
Because my next match now. But I don't envy that point also.
I said,
it's not been easy.
I'm finding this.
No, let me say, Papa Nankasa crowd D and John Mahama Nankasa crowd. Ocean demeanor. Like, Sebi, he's careful.
Obia demeanor, Obia careful.
Masaja na mudi ndeni humbibia. Uhuna so basa roba. Okaso beye so. Uye de obeye.
Ekosiisen so.
There be no heck. One wati.
Obi. Ambrose share or so Ambrose share.
Dunkwa.
Yes, a friend. West.
He was a
MP. Former MP aspirant, like DC parliamentary candidate.
DC crowd.
Now they DC. Yes.
Ambrose,
maybe next week we can watch them. There's a letter from the presidency
on.
I think it's a response to Manasseh about
the president has
to discontinue the Zoom Lion contract.
Yes.
I think the say already. Otherwise,
look, maybe next week.
Yeah. We need to have a conversation. In fact, I was discussing with Omahini about the need to have a forum. And Mazda is considering.
Manasseh just a boy abaso. They say what cry it me reply.
Oh no, I mean to be fair, that's.
Hey, Naka will be there to be reply. Oh, what daje?
Oh, if you are going reply no.
Why?
Yes, we can.
I said I'm for a truck or be there to reply.
If you touch the good spot of the president, you will reply.
Obi. Good evening. I disagree with you when you say the threshold would be lowered if Same is fired. You have lived here in the UK. Would Same still have his position today if this happened in the UK or in any of the developed jurisdictions we admire? Let us not make excuses for clear act of impropriety. By doing so, we embolden and enable such act. Thank you. Boache in Edinburgh. Boache in Edinburgh, no? An MP can be there for 4 years. Constituent BR and Kwane office that. Say MP between school fees. Sometimes we have to be real.
No, but
we have to be real.
What is trying to say?
We have to be real.
Yes,
when you do that, then you will never do comparison.
No. I think comparison should be done
from ours.
We should contextualize the comparisons.
Excellent.
It will not be fair to take things out of context.
He's looking at the magnitude of the ACA. He's not saying he's compare UK to Ghana.
No, but the magnitude of the ACA in what sense?
If what you are saying is it is normal to dash people money, why are we all complaining? Why are we talking about it?
But that's what I'm saying. So even the complaints,
this looks like a misnomer. Anything that you can want them. And he's telling you, say a misnomer as small and as little as we know. Elsewhere could have attracted the
two different contests, and when you do the comparison, it's like comparing.
They are not telling you to compare sharing money here to sharing money in the UK. he's telling you, say, compare this misnomer.
Yes.
Because if it were not misnomer, nobody would be talking about it.
Yeah, but the point is that this misnomer here, what you call a misnomer here, you can bet your last coin, say, because in the UK, who is going to give money to who for it to even become a misnomer?
Then don't compare the
but
scenarios.
The person is comparing.
No. So what happens there, and what pertains in the UK?
Yes.
For example, they take Obia. We had the minister resign because he came to Parliament late.
Yes. Hold on. In the UK, the Prime Minister going to the king or the queen will not go with an envelope or a snap.
Oh, don't see.
But you were saying, say, yes, but he cannot be stopped. Said you know more cannot.
But why are we talking about
the cultural nuances?
Why are we talking about it? Because even when we think it's a misnomer. And yes, sir. In the context of code of ethics, yes, sir.
Yes.
And he says that if there were code of ethics in the UK to say now a minister does something similar to NSE,
yes,
and the person could be dismissed. And he's telling you that if you are saying dismissal is like means setting the threshold very high.
Yes.
Say men cancer because that could happen elsewhere. When democracy is a corporate concept.
I know.
What was it?
But I won't say your democracy because a borrowed concept, you have to situate it within a social construct.
We haven't done that yet.
But that's the problem. And if we haven't done that, that's the problem.
So we are now going to start it now.
No, but the point is, the MME can say, say MP, based on your argument you made earlier, even if an MP it's a problem. And I say, even if a minister it's a problem. How is it normal?
No,
but how do you know
as
DC? Why are we then talking about Samidi?
You can easily tell. Say no, way in the Sika.
Absolutely. So why is it
but you see, the contexts are different.
How is it different?
No, me Attic. They say I'm going to 2,000 cities, and it would be an issue.
Somebody would have an issue with that.
Oh, but that wouldn't have been on this case.
And that's the point we are making. So what is the threshold then?
It's dollars a threshold.
DC. As part of your assessment for the year, you be district level assessment.
Yes.
You beside one question be your social engagement with the people, and as part of the question a year ago to be quiet, and you feel because you are the representative of the central government and the president.
Unim say him for me petition president money you
say consider ukude.
See the issue
Bonsu how many pamono
issues with the issues are a bit more nuanced. The issues are a bit more nuanced. Those are also for the mayo. As on what be ye, some what kwa hemfo. As on what ba. Osei.
These are the things that promote. You explain it to auditors. How do you explain it to auditors?
You capture it. You
capture it as they.
You see,
under they.
Explain us what
means.
And means. Authorities. So you raise a memo. Hold on. You raise a memo to that effect, and it will pass through the process, the different process. What just go away?
And you have a cap on how much you can spend.
Yes.
For traditional authorities.
For
social events, traditional authorities.
I think you see where the problem.
No, we are normalizing. You see, we are normalizing it.
Chale mumma the position be mammy.
Also the DC kaka.
And that is where the problem is. And that's what I'm saying. We should be careful. The things we call for people to be.
If you are not lucky and you find yourself in the jurisdiction of a paramount chief, Master, don't think you are alone.
When you're paramount chief, sir. Paramount chief.
So you now get my point. Because I just had then we say minister na minister the envelope cause our paramount chief ne hwa. The minister leading a delegation from the ministry. Not the envelope kwa. That's a clear case of a misnomer.
You
understand?
Una visitors from Accra. Say Omobile district, Abayadie, and as part of the itinerary,
they'll pay courtesy call
on the they'll pay courtesy call.
Minister now already delegation, ekura brown envelope. He's seen handing over the brown envelope to Otsiame.
Yeah.
Camera capture. Eddie Ababe Twabontin. He should be fired.
No, you see, maybe we are trying to compare these two scenarios. Has anybody ever, because these are things that have been going on, has anybody ever complained?
No, because it's part of our culture.
But why are people complaining about
$40?
woman involved.
Naked dollars. But why should a woman involved then be a problem?
No, to the NDC people. No, to the NDC people. The complaints are two. To the NDC people, the woman involved na ya. Nti kai ore ye ma obi an kai kasa MPP for so dey say asami na enya ni
if I'm a minister so me a minister and a CEO
yes
let me nua pay juma then I use my position to employ the person in the agency that I head.
Yes. No, that is breach of the code and it is allowed.
Of course. How
then they are not allowed
in our culture that is it will be hailed. Say, hey, when you call the name, hey, Debbie. Who condemn you in your family?
Yes, that's the point. But then you have to explain to them because code of
very good.
Even in the governance in Ukraine,
you are doing
Baby, you can employ your brother.
And they are
okay, Nanado never says Samra.
Explain to him.
Nanado never says Samra.
And they explain the code to him. Paramount chief.
Yes. Maybe the NSA.
What I say?
Are you sure? You cut to me.
Constitution of Ghana doesn't work so well in the Paramount.
No, they draw powers from the Constitution.
They do.
They are a creation of the law.
Mosia so this year.
Yes.
Ana watrana.
Yemfa kwem kokum wa himfie.
Oh, that baby ametino. Mosia enya mosia so asem. Baby ametino moderating a conversation. There was all the power.
You say the which would they be?
Saying.
Huh? So the number
I want to let him
worst they will do is to rebuke you.
Hey, let me walk.
Bukase.
Let me walk. Let me walk. Me achieve too.
Does the law allow that?
Yes.
No, the law doesn't.
No.
The law doesn't.
All right,
if the law
Republic versus Debra. Republic versus Debra. Republic versus Debra.
When him say mention your boka. Ultimate
Respect for the
and then
say ahimfie kra frewa.
You can choose not to go.
Or shape.
You can choose not to go. No problem. I said, we have respect for the institution of chieftaincy. That one is beyond debate. We have respect for it. No, we have respect for it. But I'm telling you, sir, no one for be to an anima.
Yes.
There is
what we call social harmony. You need
what are we saying?
But that's why Samedia on Tom Rebia. But that's what we are saying.
No, who is Kama Ahimfuna? Any illegal.
Any illegal.
But any code any issues.
The code doesn't say don't go and pay courtesy call on chiefs. The code doesn't say that.
It doesn't say go and pay courtesy call, go and pay.
Hey, it doesn't also say go and pay money to chiefs.
No, you're not paying money. If you are paying courtesy call, we all know it goes into courtesy call.
But public funds will go into that courtesy call. But that's where the issue is.
Why should there be an issue?
The point is, you are not doing it on a regular basis.
What do you consider? You pay for it.
No, we should jettison. Then, Charlie, we should jettison the code.
Then the code is there, as you said, as a guide. It's supposed to guide our lifestyle. And that is what we must all obey.
But if the very
that is why even Samir had to apologize. Because of course he should have exercised better judgment. It no apologize here.
A better judgment, what? Like he shouldn't have given money.
No, in fact, yes. That is what people
now. Or the madrobon so there come. That's all money be there. And that's why I think that Charlie, this whole conversation.
We are making a stomach
this code. Exactly.
If you want to pick and choose,
then we are picking and choosing.
No, you see.
You are pick and choose.
Okay.
Osei.
Yes, the code is there to guide us.
Yes.
I didn't see
a guide.
Yes, it's to sanctions. Public office holders know who. Your orientation all right, but then Obian said they need a dear Ubenam so chinchina trying.
So this is not exactly
sanctions. Me mama mu money dear. Say them a person mo conduct him who. That is why he gave us a code of conduct.
But Obi, technically speaking, from the legal point of view, Undim say code Ukraino legally. Any legal authority. Because all the sanctions. Because all the sanctions I can't want. Is it criminal? Is it criminal or quasi criminal? Is it criminal or quasi criminal? How?
No, the president doesn't even need any.
He doesn't need the code to fire you.
If he sets his own standards, he can fire you. That is it. He doesn't need any law to do that.
But only so say because a year code no. And that's why I like the bit about say. The chief of staff called the person in question, maybe to listen, because in the honor sono, if you don't listen to the person, now go ahead, go fire now. And what happens?
Because you appointed. No, you appointed.
No, we're not saying it is illegal, but it's unfair. That's the point.
That is the point.
But when you were appointed ahead of several others, was that fair?
Yeah.
Oh. When you were appointed ahead of several others
to take fair. Somebody that you appointed
exactly. So fairness there when it comes to
I don't see how
appointing and the appointing authority and dismissal. There's no fairness and unfairness or whatever in there. That is my point. No, you are at the beck and call of whoever is your appointer.
No, but
that sorry. One day,
I want to register to be fair.
You see, when fairness, that means you can seek redress in any competent court of jurisdiction. But in this case, you can't.
You cannot seek
redress. You can't seek redress.
Once you are fired, you are gone.
I woke up one day, back to the office as a Cocoa Board staff, came home. Before I went to bed, I was appointed as a district chief executive. No one contacted me. They appointed me. It was up to me to accept. I accepted and I went to my post. And they are not all that I know. The president fired him. Why?
Once
the president decides Kofi, the law gives him that power to do
exactly. So
but there can still be an issue of fairness.
Fairness on whose part? Fairness on whose part?
The only people are president fire some of the CEOs and some of the autonomous agencies.
Now, my constituency chairman, I try my president say, "I'll go on my NDD."
Yes.
What I say?
Yes.
The president without asking you.
Of course,
it is within his right to do that. Yes. But is that fair?
It's fair. It is fair because
it's unfair, but it doesn't break any law.
It's unfair.
I'm sorry to tell me, me say the fairness and the unfairness will only come to play when you have the opportunity to seek redress in any competent court of jurisdiction.
I'm using the word fairness in the literal or English sense, not in the legal sense.
In the legal sense.
In the English sense, if you want to talk of fairness, the question I also posed is that, sir, you were appointed ahead of several others. Who to you? If you can't know your Juma, our party, I'm feeling happy. Was that also fair?
How is that unfair?
But let me say a happy birthday to our sister and former colleague here at the Multimedia Group and our very own Ekosiise Safua Kantimpo, currently in the US of A. And in the Ekosiise, happy birthday to you. May the Lord continue to bless and guide you. Have a blessed birthday and live to be 94.7 and beyond. From all of us here at the Multimedia Group, especially on Ekosiise, and we say happy birthday to you, Ekosiise Safua Kantimpo, currently in the US of A. Happy birthday to you.
Mame Fua.
What's the entity so?
No, they don't have the power.
I don't say they have the power.
It's a free market economy.
Now GBA crowd money a certificate of bargaining. GBA
bargaining certificate.
You are instructing the acting.
Because GBA doesn't need to have a bargaining certificate.
Nobody.
I've heard that argument. I don't understand why it's GBA doesn't need power. Bargaining certificate is to do what? Unions to go for salary negotiations.
The power of effect. Only power of effect. So you are giving instructions.
Nobody. We are officers of the court.
Giving instructions. It's not getting the kind of traction you should get. Also, Ghana, we have a problem with pricing.
Yes.
Prices for the most part are sticky.
Yes.
It takes a long time for prices to adjust to changing economic circumstances.
Sure.
And Omuguta Vono Mukano, me assures Omukano Keke, Papa now what you on shop prices on this way.
Also, I feel the
reason why that is because
port charges bar for my it should affect prices of things.
But he said port charges bar for me.
No, once the dollar goes down, the port
they are no longer indexed to the dollar.
Osei,
Muba is somewhere if you haven't indexed the port charges to dollar BM.
Some of them have come down. Some of the charges have come down. Or more important,
Obi, I Mame Fua Koto. Mame Fua Koto. Wa uniaba. Then asama menra o action.
Action. Mame Fua Koto ne action.
What's that? We need you.